People, I'm gonna try and tell my story from the beginning. It's already out there, but nobody has taken notice. So I'm gonna wrap up my story in a nutshell from the beginning and continue on because I'm trying not to become one in five of all suicides are associated with unemployment. And the other statistic that said 600,000 older people in the UK said they leave their home once a week or less. Because this is exactly what is happening to me. And I'm trying very hard not to. I've worked at this, trying, but it's very hard when I've been left to become those statistics. So I'm here a prisoner. I did not end up in the other prison like my brother, but this prison is worse. And this prison is worse because my brother knew he was dying. And at the time, I couldn't understand how my brother could have done what he did that caused him to end up in prison. And now I told my story about what my brother did to cause him to end up in prison. And that story is being used. As I said, everything I say or do is misconstrued. I've been accused of threatening to throw acid on somebody who was a witness. No matter how I try to tell my story, with whatever is being used against me, I ended up being the victim. But I am not. I am being accused of being the aggressor because I tried to get my story out there. If people were listening to me or watching my video and not taking sections that should show me up in a bad light, then I wouldn't be here. And I'm praying to God that I don't become that statistic. But it's getting harder and harder. and where I'm at in my life. I can't see an end, except I pray and I ask God let me sleep and don't wake, but it's not happening. I don't know how a person who can dress up and go there and be captured around the world is not where I am, but I'm here. I've been reaching out from the time I was on Extinction Rebellion with Carl Grant because I started going to the Royal Court of Justice to support him because I have nothing else. And when Extinction Rebellion came, I was dancing, and everybody was telling me dance again. I reached out to Wendell Daniel. I guess that's the first public figure I reached out to. I paid 2,400 and odd pounds to write a story. I don't know what YouTube has done with it. I don't think it has even reached one. It's just reached one over whatever K. Everything that is there to prove that I am not what they say me, that is, I can end up in whatever the order is yesterday. Don't matter what I do. I reach out to Mr. Seeley. I know when I see all those things, I'm hurt, but more than all, it's my family. My family has abandoned me to be in this place. It's like my whole section is under here is paining me. And I remember my granny dying of a broken heart. So I'm gonna go into my story in a nutshell, whatever that is left is left here. Facebook take all my 18 pages where I wrote, LinkedIn, my website, everything is gone and leave me to be here. I'm trying hard not to be a Caroline Flack. She could be my daughter. And I don't know what is happening to Miss Presley in Lewisham. So she is also another victim. The housing ombudsman is aware of what's happening. So I'm going to start with a brief roundup of my life and how I overcome my traumas to be now. Escaping prison, being lumbered with a big bill that I don't have, I've not worked in 10 years, and the labels are stuck. And honestly, if I knew how to, I would, but I don't know. So I have to suffer the consequences. I'm looking at my place, and the closest I come is Tess, because I was the one with the lady up there who helped to sort out Tess after her daughter came. I don't know, maybe she was looking to find out if Tess had anything. Tess was a hoarder like me. And I go back to my granny, and each time I go to Jamaica, I had to sort out mom's place. And I go back to my granny when I found information about my family. I haven't eaten much. I had cups of tea yesterday, and I'd eaten before I left, but I don't know when I'll eat. And I'd appreciate if somebody could offer me some help because I have been strong, but I don't know how strong I can be because I have no backup. As I said, my story is already out there. It has been disabled and taken away, and my voice is being shut down. And even whatever I have left, I'm still facing neglect and trying for me not to have my voice. And my voice has effectively been taken away yesterday. So I'm just needing some help so I don't become that victim. That will mean I do not see God's face and I am not rejoined with my mother and father and my husband was gone on. As everybody know, I was born at Townhill, Westmoreland, Jamaica. On reflection, I made some points. I must have my conditions, that is my DNA. Why I chose not to have any more children must have been looking back, I think from the time I we moved to our place in Ghana Street, because I actually wrote a poem about that. And I got Paul to help me make these things. Nobody's answering my call. I have nobody to talk to even say, how could I avoid it being where I'm at today? From the age of 5, looking back, I realized my clumsiness in because I remember when we moved, in my excitement, having all this space because we live on rented premises. So it's land space. So when we get our own land, we have two lots because my granduncle lady said she was living in my mom's house. So it was two lots. So my father paid for the other lot because so this big space, we live in a lane away from the road, big road. And this big space. The very first day I ran all the way from my yard, and as I reached the entrance to the street, I fell and opened my forehead on the rock stone in the road. There was blood, of course. I have a scar in my forehead for that. The other day when I came from the performance of my moonshot with Rasapa, for some reason I tumbled and there's a table behind that. I hit my forehead on the table. I had a mark in here for it was rise up. They call it a cocoa. In the section where I had hit my forehead and had the scar from the age of 5. I don't know if that was telling me something. And I look back now and each time I think God should not have let me survive any of these things. Up to when I knocked my forehead, God should have let me die to avoid the suffering I'm going through. And I wish God would let me die without me have to do it myself. I was a happy, go lucky little girl, age 5, discovering space, making the most of space. And during that age period, in my excitement, I don't know how old I was when I couldn't be long after. I cooked something in a condensed can and it scratched my throat. It was like fire. I later learned that whatever I cook shouldn't just be taken from the ground and cooked like that. It needs to be drained. I ended up not eating that food. I, since last year I started back. I ended up not eating that food and I became I didn't eat certain food. There was a time I didn't drink cow's milk or something, but later on in life I had to adapt. So that was an episode at a very young age. I remember I am planting stuff, callaloo and stuff from very young. And now I will no longer have access to this space. Yeah. Growing up, I put a picture of my auntie, the only one that is left alive. And my auntie is in Jamaica suffering. I was talking to the lady who is caring for her because the lady is caring for her out of goodwill because she's not getting paid. The same way my mother used to care for people left her home. And because of the way The lady told me I was speaking to her last night because she gives me a hope because I am the one helping Auntie, but I'm not in that position anymore. So Auntie is in Jamaica, hungry sometimes. Auntie needs to go to the doctor because water is in her body. I don't know how you run, and she can't. And then I am without NHSGP because whatever they impose on me. 3 times I've been kicked out of the surgery, different NHS practice, for speaking my truth and for sticking up to know what I know is right. As you see, I was saying, my nose is broad, I have thick lips, my forehead is big, and I was what you call slim or mager, as they say. I understand I had long hair. As a result of that, my hair was cut off because they said the lady who was helping Mama to care for me, Aunt May, said it was the hair that was sucking me while I wasn't fighting. But that wasn't the case. But that is what I went through. I didn't know the story of. I heard about this my hair being long. I never witnessed my hair being long until after I was in the refuge after domestic violence that almost cost me my life. And I was in the refuge, and I used to go to my friend. She live up by Tyres Estate. She's in America now, going through something similar, she said, what her daughter is putting her through. She was the one who told me that I should try and get somewhere near her so we could be in close proximity. So when I was in the refuge, I would go to her. She would wash my hair, comb my hair, cook a meal for me to eat. Because people, the many effects of my condition is now impacting on me, where I developed an eating disorder. As a result of the way I looked, I was teased mercilessly. So I had been told my nose is broad like Funnelgate, that's Fontibel. So it's an estate of the Whisker. Yeah. And I used to get beat up by girls who ganged up together. And then my brother found out, and my brother said to me, if he hear that I get beat up again, he was going to give me a beating on top of the beating I was getting. So I decided I need to fight. I can't afford to get too beaten. And that's when the beating stopped because I stood my ground and I fought the girl. I never got beaten up again. When Dr. Laura Crawford, when I was sent on medical suspension, I work with London Early Years Foundation. I started out Westminster Children's Society. So I'm including the things in there. So hopefully people will understand. So after mom died and then they sent me on medical suspension, I I was sent to do medical assessment whatever. So going to assessment is no stranger to me because I had self-referred at King's. I worked at King's. That's where I'm getting my little pension from. And when they were saying I was doing things, and I know I wasn't doing it, but because my brother had thrown acid on boys, and I was wondering, was I doing something that I don't know? And I must here explain that my brother was bisexual. My brother's left children behind. He didn't have any boys. He had three girls. Yes. For me, it was certain things was taboo because I didn't know until years later. So when they started targeting my brother, of course, his sister is my favorite brother. We're closer in age. So of course I was gonna defend him. I didn't know at the time of his sexual orientation and if he had done anything wrong that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of him doing anything wrong. So if he has done anything wrong, I've since tried to find out. I wouldn't have condoned anything that he's done wrong. But because of what happened to my brother and what happened when I was called, I'm trying to tell my story so you understand. When I was called by Richard Hartley over the phone, I was here getting ready to go out when my mobile was rang, same place. And when I heard the threat in Richard Hartley's, I didn't even get his name right because he had an accent. And I said Hartley. It was later when I found his information online that I actually connected up the name. The same thing happened with Dr. Phil Gregory. The Dr. Phil Gregory, who was after seeing me two times, three times, he wrote a report that has condemned me to be where I'm at. So when I was sent on medical suspension, this time by leave because I self-referred at King's. The doctor told me, Dr. Laura Crawford told me I must seek counseling to find out why I react the way I do to certain situations. Yeah. So that's how I got counseling at the Maudsley Laura Tinsley. So two Laura Crawford and Dr. Laura Crawford and trainee counselor Laura Tinsley. Hence, I done 12 sessions at the Maudsley. As a result of the 12 sessions I done at the Maudsley, I done 2 years mental health research. I even restarted for want of something to do, but then I realized repeating the pattern was causing me more, was that like a trigger because I was here. I wasn't, don't care what I try to do, get volunteering, get a job, be involved. It wasn't happening. And then so I stopped. But I can be found online on King's College Hospital, King's College London, Radar CNS with Dr. Crawford. I am in that picture. I'm in that video. But I'm trying to use it to say, even if I've reached a stage now where I'm at, where the law is saying, no, they have to curb whatever it is. If something was done from that time when I was in that YouTube thing, I wouldn't be here. But no, I am the bad one. So coming up, I don't know if I'm making sense because everything is going around in my head. And I'm trying for the world to understand that I am not a bad person. I'm not a violent nuisance. I'm not a criminal needing emotional regulation treatment. I'm not uncooperative, unprofessional, rude, intimidating, confrontational, aggressive, lacking empathy. I'm not that person. Those are labels they use to break me down and to put my mental health where I am to be controlled. And because I refuse, because I've managed my situation, I no longer have a GP. Yes? So I'm mixing up and telling you how I become who I am and why Dr. Laura Crawford advising me to get counseling to find out why react the way I do is relevant. I grew up in an environment where what are you talking about? I grew up in an environment where people defend themselves. In that my mother would use her mouth to defend herself. Saying that my mother wasn't capable of using communication to tell us of her love for us. And I grew up resenting my mother because I thought, I even questioned sometimes whether my mother was my real mother. That's how the feelings I had. And those feelings were with me from I was very small until I learned my mom's story and wrote her eulogy. Those days I could read it, I wrote it. It was edited by my son and his wife. They read it. I got 7,000 at 7 point something K views on YouTube, on Facebook. Those days I didn't know the use of YouTube or the value of YouTube. My focus was Facebook. So when I heard my mom's story months before she died, that's when I forgive myself and realized that mom could not communicate her thoughts. But on the other hand, I knew my mom defending herself because where I was born, where I moved from, so before the age of 5, I am aware of my mom defending herself. So my mom would have quarrel with the neighbor. And then when we moved to where I grew up in Gaga Street, the same thing happened. Just quarrel, different what they call the tracing and the tracing. Yes, I avoid confrontation because I learned from very young. I had an auntie who is mad, who was mad. And my father told me the story of how my auntie became mad. It was to do with relationship, personal relationship that occurred in a workplace. So she was working with this whatever she was working with, and and man and woman relationship. I understand my auntie was pretty beautiful. She didn't speak any broken language because the thing is, I have a multiple identity. So if you see some of my family, you think they are white. And my brother told me my sister was practically white looking, and they call her Pinky as a result. So in Jamaica, we have a throwback of the different generation. I have a grandson with red hair, and he has Chinese in him. I thought I had Chinese in me until I discovered the Bantu people. So I grew up with disadvantage, or I don't know, but I just try to keep out of confrontation. Yes, tease mercilessly because of the way I look. So, in a sense, what they call antisocial behavior, and believe me, the antisocial behavior they are attributing to me is not. They are the ones who done things to me. Yes, I sing, and singing is part of my therapy. Singing is in my DNA, and When I get stressed, that is what I do. I sing. And they have an antisocial behavior policy that allows certain things. I say this in good faith. I have not done any of what I'm accused of. Yes, I sin and I swear. Swearing is a mechanism to stop me from maybe ending up like my brother. But to be accused of threatening to throw acid on somebody, the same way I got an email with something and I'm trying reaching out to people. This is a trigger for me. And then now this is used as if I was using that to upset people. No. So my brother teach me to fight or defend myself. And in the end, the same brother now has forbidden me from even using my voice. So at my husband's funeral, I was defending myself from somebody who said something to me. And as a result, my brother said it's my behavior. And my brother took my brother and went to America. And now all of them, the brother I relied on most, yeah, but I'll come to that. I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't know. I wish somebody would come and help me so help me get out of this situation. Um, I I don't know when I start to associate, man. I used to get the tremors, but being children, I accepted my friend dear. So there were people with disfigurement. Now I'm looking at it. I remember Miss Maud and her eye. It's, it started as a boil, and then there was this big thing over Miss Maud's eye. And then they would tease her. People would tease her because they didn't know any difference. That's the environment I'm coming from. I remember my cousin who was living with us. She had cleft palate. I remember her mom. They said her mom used to work at the slaughterhouse. So back then they said this was because they cleft palate pain because she was sorry for the animals that were. They have all sort of way to do things. Now I am learning. I've learned and I've studied and I have experience. I can make the difference. I can make the comparison. My father used to call her Moho because she didn't have much speech. Patsy has since died. So I use those things as my personal experience. My father was a storyteller. So he told about the lady with one teeth who used to take the corn and eat part of it before it roasted and they put it back. So those are the things. My uncle who built this coffin and sleep in it. He was a carpenter, they call him Old Hammer. So as I said, I took up a deer. One day we were coming from school to throw something in the man's hand, in the man's pan or bag or whatever it was. We were like that, but the man threatened me. But then you hear people say they're going, oh, Bia, you are you going to do this, are you going to do that? This is culture I'm coming from. I don't know the impact on me of that year, but I was threatened that something bad was going to happen to me. I don't know if I associate that. For me, no, I'm looking at psychological warfare. Did that threat that you're gonna do something bad for me? Because when I got when I started getting the tremors, all sorts of things come to my mind. Was that one of the reasons? Because the man had threatened to do something bad to me while I was getting the shapes. I don't know. Anyway, my mother was strict. My mother was strict. The least thing I do, my mother would reprimand me. And she didn't just verbally reprimand me. I get a beating. My mom beat me. I don't see the way Dr. Phil Gregory said about whatever. No, I didn't see my mom's reprimanding and whatever as abuse because mom wanted what was good for me. I was stubborn from an early age. I was. So I think mom was like trying. Mom would say things to me like, and you have to be obeyed. So I guess some of these things in trying to help me not to go the wrong way, those are some of my traumas. Because mom would say things like, don't let me spit a gun and it dry before you come back. So she send you out that haste, that threat. Don't let me spit a gun and it dry before you come back. Yes, those are some of the things that might have led to my trauma. So that's why now I went to court the other day. The money is gone, people. All the money is gone. And whatever is left, they're trying to trick me out of it because I'm waiting. I have a little bit left. And the letter usually come before my husband's birthday. So I use time markers. And it hasn't arrived yet. Today is the 21st. I phoned up the bank and they said they're going to send it and it still hasn't arrived. So I'm thinking they are using tricks now for whatever little I have left is taken. Right. As I said, mom used to beat me mercilessly for the least thing. When I say whatever, that's her way of keeping me in line. But some of the sayings that she used, I think that also contributed to my trauma. Because how can a child, the mother is going to say, don't let me spit a gun and it dry, and you have to go to the shop and come back. So your focus is go to the shop and come back. Don't let that spit dry. So there are certain things that are embedded in me. My father beat me one and only one time for cursing. Because my father, if he had make her to do something and you run and I could run, I run away. So it's only one time my father ever beat me for curse bad word. So I associate that with cursing somebody. But I didn't, after my dad beat me for curse bad word, I didn't curse outright. But when anything happened to me, it would be in my head. Being one girl in a family of boys, it wasn't easy. My brother was only a few months old. I think we moved after near Christmas. So my brother was only a few months old, the one that had the blood vessel burst in his head. He's the only one talking to me now, but not much he can do because he's disabled. Blood vessel burst in his head, he reached death door and he's back. You know. When before, as already discussed, I had a sexual experience early in my life, and that put me off having sex. So when somebody send me a penis and I'm trying to send it to other, please try and understand what this has done to me. And now they're going to make it look that I was using that to target people. And then I'm hearing the victim. So then I could say I was a victim from very early. And then I became unwittingly a victim by my mother wanting to make sure I was growing up right. I became a victim when my father beat me for swearing. And then my father was stricken with Parkinson's, and then I couldn't understand how God would allow my father to suffer. Yes, Anthony.
Morning, how you doing?
I survive, I sleep.
Good. You're asleep, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Sleep is the number one thing in these situations. Um, yeah, I had a horrible sleep. I slept, but I was on my sofa. If I finished talking to you, I fell asleep on the sofa. Then I had to get up, brush my teeth, all this kind of thing. But anyway, I'm up. I'm doing my little routine. Um, so yeah, how are you feeling about things today?
Well, I have to be positive. I have to be positive because there's nothing else the situation I'm in, there's nothing else I can do. I'm,
Okay,
I'm,
okay.
I'm hoping, as you said right. But for me, especially my right, it's, my writing is not as good as me logging it because when I get in a situation, I give my name, I can't write if it is to save my life. And sometimes no
No,
speech
what
will
it
come.
is, I'm talking about generally speaking.
I'm
If you
here.
have a lot of things, huh?
Yeah, I don't need to write much because unless it's updated, and if I come across
No,
something, I can add something to it.
what I mean is like from a point of view of therapy, yeah. They
Okay.
have something called mind dump. So when you have things on your mind, it keeps recycling, like going again and again. You think like a broken record. But when you write it down or jot it down or type it on a key, just, just when you write it down, it's something called mind dump. So it allows you to free up some bandwidth. Because a lot of time we get stressed with thinking of the same thing many times. Like somebody assaults you and you keep thinking about it, it's like you've been assaulted 1,000 times.
Mhm.
So that's what I mean when. Also, if you have a lot of ideas churning over, once you write them down, it's like you get your mind gets a little relief because you think, well, I've written it down, I've captured it.
Mhm.
I don't need to keep. So that's just what I do it every day, not every day, but I do it very often.
I
I
do.
always write.
I understand what you're saying, but what I do sometimes, I do mine in a poem format.
Okay.
I do
Oh, you're
mine in
even
a
more advanced than me.
Yeah, I do mine in a poem format because I can say I have this thing where I say if a child lives with. So I use that a
Mm-hmm.
lot and update it. So I even have done a poems around those things. Yes.
Okay.
I even have a poem that I wrote and I update I am angry.
Okay.
And what happened to me yesterday would come into that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Because they are only seeing one part of the picture and not piecing up the dots how I got here.
It's gaslighting. Like we said, I understand that and they don't expect you. They didn't expect you to connect the dots. You either, but you've connected the dot. Now they're not connect. They know you've connected the dots, but they have a blueprint, Beverly, right? Like with me, they they write and told me in writing there is nothing against me, but I can't get any justice. Um, so then it's a mafia, unfortunately. But we've done a lot to expose the bastards, and you have the practical type things to deal with. So what I want to do today for you, yeah, I want to get the letter off to the what's it called? The commissioner, Rowley, Mr. Sir Rowley. Yeah.
Would saying that we met at a new Met for London have anything to do with that?
Right. I wanna put that link in it if you have the photo or video or whatever.
I have photo, I have video. There's a video. Not so much with his one is not prominent, but I can send you that one where he's signing the book. I can send you that from on what to WhatsApp.
You send both to me. Send both. So I will put it in the letter. And then what we're gonna do a little letter, a very short letter, covering letter. And then we're gonna attach the crime report. And we're gonna say, well, I filed this crime report and I'm getting replies from your police. Nobody's following it up. All I'm getting is replies about a complaint, and I want some action. And that you are responsible. Your officers were under special measures, and I want a full investigation of the whole crime. I have to consider my legal options, something like that. And you go and you send it by registered post. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see the other things, but this is one we do first because it's half finished. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then what we're gonna, I don't know, I'm thinking about it, whether to wait till we get the order or to write to the court immediately and say, we want the reasons for the order. Oh, yeah, by law, the judge has to do that, yeah? They make an order that you're entitled to something called reasons for the order, because that is the thing you use if you want to appeal or take it any further. So they have to give you that. And from what you're telling me, what the judge was saying and stuff, it's hard for her to put those things in writing because it doesn't stack up. So that's one other thing we can do. And I'm not sure whether to wait for the order or to request it straight away. So I would just chew on that for a bit. The same thing, the Housing for Women did not answer. We asked, give me a copy of what you filed in court. So
I'm wondering if what difference will that make, because they've done what they've done and put restrictions on me or whatever. So I don't know.
Probably we're trying to undo it. You understand?
Okay.
Maybe we can't undo it. We're trying to do one little step because by law they have to give you the reasons for the order. Yeah. So we can do what we do. We can't do what they do. You understand? The couple of videos we did, or 2 or 3 videos, it's very deep and it's there. And no matter what they do or how many orders they make, this is their lifetime, their reputation, it's there with all the comments. You understand?
But also, Anthony, the one I'm telling you about, especially when I meet Nigel Pierce at Elim House, and I could go in there where my book is where I meet Chris Eubank, and he endorsed my book, and the places where my book is being endorsed. I'm in I'm in the newsletter for Westminster Hub. So why nobody seen those things? Nothing was shown of the evidence we produced to counteract. They just cut something. So they make sure they provoke me. I'm inside my house. You come to my window and provoke me, and then they cut that exactly where I'm swearing at them. And they'll use the police inside there threatening me. So everything is stacked against me because they're not all the things I have, they're telling my story. This, that, even with Mark Rowley signing my book and saying exactly what did he say to me? Because I wasn't recording, is when he says to me, "Do you know what I wrote in your book?" And I said, "No." And so I said, "Let me get it on record." So that's how I have that recording. I've met Seb Ali Adua. I've been to a new med for London. In there, I was asking, "Can you let me volunteer to help bring back the trust?" Somebody recorded that and send it. But they remove what they want to remove and leave what they want to leave because I have no evidence of that. I made a video for nearly how much at the time I didn't know that I could do it myself. 10 minutes video for 2000. It was there. I don't know where they hide them. I have a meeting I arranged at the police station. And the outcome, I can't see any of them. They have them hidden. So every evidence that I have that could back me up, they hide them. But I have the one with Mark Rowley signing my book a month after I was labeled a violent nuisance. And him saying to a strong Jamaican woman, that of course should be some evidence. It's my book and I went somewhere. So I don't know how much I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm coming this far, but it's not easy. I'm trying.
Mm, mm. Well, we do our best. We don't know. There's so many unknown things that will crop up, but we have to put the energy. We have to do a little thing, and we have to be consistent. Um, they have power and they have corruption, but the law is on your side. That's the thing. That's the problem they have. But they're wrong and strong.
But I don't understand how the law is on my side. I don't know if I understand.
But really, they did not file any claim against you in the court.
Okay.
You understand? Let's say you're totally wrong. You did everything they said. There is no claim against you. Somebody has to file a claim. If nobody ever questioned this, they're getting away with it every day. That's why when you go in the court building, they're operating like a military zone with security, and they don't want to take your papers. Because when they take the papers, Merville, there is no court file for them to put it on.
But what I found strange also yesterday, which didn't happen before, in the two for the first one, there were security in there, two security. One sat up near and I'm wondering, am I such a bad person that you have to have two security in there?
These were the people to grab you and drag you up handcuff and take you to prison.
Because one of the security said to Teresa, he's sorry for me. I've never seen any. Yes, that's what they said. Because Teresa was talking to him in his language, the Muslim. He told Teresa, he said, "I'm sorry for your friend." That's what he said.
Yeah, because they had their let me tell you something. You did better than you realize. Even though it was a disaster, but you did better than you realize because they did not get to execute their full plan. Yeah? That's the problem. You're supposed to be out of that house and in a mental prison right now. That's their plan. Yeah? So you didn't get away totally, but you got away from the main part of it.
But even when they are using Dr. Phil Gregory's and mentioning, so basically they're saying I refuse treatment. But why did they leave me to care for my husband, plan his funeral, and I'm out there and doing and all of a sudden now I had this total need for somebody. If it's even my husband's funeral, so now they leave everything, as my brother said. Now I have no more husband, so they can do whatever they please. So Because if they had taken me when they would have to make sure my husband was okay. You imagine three surgery push you out, and the last little thing you have to go drumming, they take that away. So now I'm in here, a prisoner. So what they want me to be in here, and then when I'm singing, they call to say They use the screaming and shouting, the screaming and shouting. They're using that. So now, if you never said it, because I was wondering, because the first thing they were very abusive to, in a sense, to Teresa, yeah, because the timing for the first case wasn't listed. The timing wasn't listed downstairs. So then again, can you imagine if I never had company, the confusion I would have been in there yesterday? If those people hadn't come.
When it's not listed, you know what it means. It's not in the system.
I don't know. But when we go upstairs, they had it. It come back to Croydon Magistrates Court when they came in here on the 26th and said I must go to court on the 27th, and if I don't go, they're gonna arrest me. And I got to court, nothing was there. It's the same thing.
Because if you didn't go, most people don't go. And then they would say you didn't turn up, so we have a arrest warrant.
Yeah.
Everything comes to the court order scam. That's all. They have only, one trick, because to make everything they're saying look justified, they say we have a court order. So where is the court order? So listen, it's all a lot better than yesterday, but we're going to be proactive, persistent, and you have options. Don't expect every solution to come in your mind today. Just restore your energy, go for walks.
But I don't know. My friend said I should see if I can get somewhere for my mail to go, but I don't have the strength to leave the house. I get to
you just relax, just charge your batteries. It's like a phone. Your battery is low. You charge your battery before you start worrying about anything. I will draft this document for you. You take it down to the post office, send it registered, and that will be our thing today. I will talk to the others and see if I can get one or two of them and Andy that we do a video about, like an update. You understand what happened? We keep pushing, keep moving, because now this is not just you. From my perspective, you see, there are many people going through this. I've been through it.
But there's another lady, a young lady, that said I went there on my husband's birthday, International Women's Day. I didn't see her because she's sleeping. But she's spaced out on drugs because she's and now her son is there worried that his mother is gonna do something terrible to herself. The place is in that Lewisham. And when I got the solicitor now that abandoned me, I asked them to take her case. So then if they have two of the same case from the same place, that would straighten things. They didn't do it.
What you have to remember, I don't know if you know or you're aware, every single solicitor has to swear an allegiance to the Bar Association. The Bar Association and the lawyers make all their money from fake cases. They cannot say this case is a fraud or a fake because they've done a lot themselves. That's why George Carter had 47 lawyers. Yeah, and none of them. I asked the court on a Friday, give me a copy of the order I went to prison on. The High Court. By Monday, I had a reply. We don't have an order. So 47 lawyers never asked for the order.
But Anthony, they're making it look like now. Because even Teresa was saying it, like, oh, you should have gone to prison, but it's because the judge is lenient. No, it's not that. It's not because I shouldn't be there in the. Even if I'm there, they did not address this situation. If this situation and they're not dealing with the situation that lead up to
I know
this.
verbally they're not there to address the situation.
But they're making it look now. No, they're making it look now like, oh, I'm lenient. But if you do this or if you say this or if you whatever, I have a website where I pay for that website, and you're gonna go there and take away my thoughts, and you're gonna tell me, no, I'm hearing the victim. Yet police can come in here and do it. And you're mentioning how it all started. You mentioned the name of the person and the judge that we were outside. I was a participant in a research from King's College Hospital. Why are none of those researches that have been not used? Why the radar CNS not used?
Verbally, you keep talking like it's all legit. You have to get over it. This mafia gang, they're not there to do justice.
Okay. That's what that's why I said they're making it look now like I'm such a horrible person. So I must carry this with me. And I must be thankful for this judge for giving me leniency. He didn't send me to prison.
Why you be thankful the judge to show you the prosecution.
But
Yeah?
that only make my case more that I'm not getting justice for myself. And each one will come and make it look.
Get over it. There is no justice.
Well, I know. I will never get justice.
The only thing you can do is look for their weakness where you can exploit them and you know, come back at them where they can't defend. All the things we did, they cannot defend, but they're abusing their power because they have security, they have handcuffs. Do you know they have a cell in the court under the basement there, where they lock people up? Did you know that?
No, I don't. Because
they were. That's why the security is in the room. They wanted to take you down under there in the cell. They were not there because there's 3 women to support you. You understand? You did better than you think.
Yes.
You get what?
Because in summing up, on the 17th, mention was made about the way I conducted myself. So they were expecting me, same like when I went to the court and there was a barrister who came and before I met her, I was supposed to meet her in advance. I met her on the day and she kept saying, you have to be whiter than white. You have to be whiter than white. They told me I was not supposed to say anything. And yet when I came out of court, the barrister said to me all the time she was there addressing the judge, she was scared I would be shouting at the judge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, look, all this, right, is secondary. The primary is, where is the prosecution document?
Anthony? Yes,
that's the primary. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to have Dr. Phil Gregory in there testifying against you, and now you didn't have him in there. But the judge is trying to speak his part for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I refuse to get
get rid of
treatment.
Dr. Phil Gregory, and he come in there and testify against you, he would have another psychiatrist with him, maybe Okansi. 2 psychiatrists sign you down, you're finished. They could force drug you. You understand? So you did better than you thought, to be honest. But you still have some big problems. But at the end of the day, you live to fight. And you have your weapon, they can't fix it. They can only use gaslighting and bullying, but they can't fix it. Where is the prosecution?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yesterday I was talking to my son's father, and he's saying, since day one, I should take you know how many people say they say, I must take the medication from them and don't take it. I say, once I take it from them, it's admitting that I'm taking it. It doesn't work like that.
I'm not telling you one way or the experience with my nephew because I'm his carer officially. And what happens when they give you the medication? Anything happens, they're giving you another medication for the side effect.
But that's what I read in the. It's
Right.
not that I had said I wouldn't take medication. I reached the point I've said if they are saying I'm doing this and I'm doing that and they think medication, I will go for it. It's in the records as well. I said yes, but give me the information. When I read the information, as you're saying, you have to go take the list, whatever. You have to go take for anxiety, you have to take for headache, you have to take for something else, you have to take for something else. But not only that, it shortens your life.
I know.
It impacts on the dementia, Parkinson's, all the things.
Everything. I put something on the Facebook about it that some a doctor wrote. I think it's a doctor. I got it from a reputable website. Like a checklist, what you should do before you take risperidone, what you should check and question you should ask. So I posted there so that they can read it as well. And the thing is, nothing can beat sleep, eating well, eating a lot of fat. You need to eat fat.
But I am not eating. Well, I'm not eat. As soon as I start eating and something like this happen, I don't eat for days. My mom used to have that condition, but we thought it was just because she was old and miserable and cantankerous. And people would say to me, but you have to eat. But I can't eat until the stomach will take it, and it will exacerbate the situation. So each time I get into a situation like this, I lose another how many days of not eating, not doing proper. So it's taken away from whatever to build me up.
Well, fasting is a great thing.
But I don't want to be fasting because that can also because one of my auntie died fasting when I was a child. So all those little things have an impact on me. No, I am not saying the fasting kill her. But I know my situation and whatever. So for me, fasting fasting for me is when I don't eat for 2, 3 is fasting then. It's not me going out to fast, it's fasting imposed on me. And I don't think it's a bad thing either. Because imagine, I am diabetic and I'm managing this right, all this thing, and not having to take medication. But if you keep breaking me down, eventually it's gonna my mindset because right now I don't know who I am. I don't know who I am any longer. So I steadfast insane. And if I'm not careful, because people I don't need I've managed and I'm on website promoting. And before they take my website and everything, I talk about how I manage holistically. I used to write articles that other website use, my articles. Where are they now? They confiscate everything.
Let me give you an idea. Yeah. There is a website called the Internet Archive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's free, and you can go on there, and any link you want to save or backup, any video, any website, any page, whether it's yours or somebody else, you can just paste the link in there, and it will back it up for you free. When they took my website down, I have it backed up on there. When Nicholas Parfit had that whole thing to say he was making up false orders for murderers and all that, they took it down, but I had it backed up on there, so I was able to find it again.
But also when I, for example, when I use certain names, I've been before them or I have letter with their names on it, and it's like, oh, you're attacking this or you're attacking that. But you don't ask me, how did I come to be in a research? Dr. Maria Hudson for the Policy Studies Institute recommended to ACAS. You don't look at my background. That's why I asked the man for Housing for Women that started last year, June. Not even a year yet. Did you do any research? You came, you inherited something from somebody who left. But did you do any research to find out who is this person you're talking about? Yeah? No.
Yeah, Marveline, when I started off my training as a financial advisor, yeah, I remember my first day. I went up to a place in Swindon, and they had this um, top guy come give us the first lecture. Do you know the first thing he said back in 1987? Yeah? You know the first thing he said?
No.
Do not expect fairness. So once you get over that, you can get on with your life. The world is not fair. It's never going to be fair. And don't expect it. When it comes, it's lovely and it's appreciated. But don't go around expecting it. It's not the norm. That's the first thing they taught us, yeah? Very first thing. And you are expecting these people to act fair. They are mafia. Do you want more evidence that they're mafia? You just have to try and wriggle yourself out of it and make your moves and all that. But don't behave like they're nice people or they're very, very dark. You know when the lawyers and the barrister, they work in the chambers, yeah? You know what the word chambers is?
No.
Back in the days, it was a torture chamber. And they took the word torture out of it, and we still call it chambers. But it's torture. Look what you went through yesterday. You went through torture, mental and physical. All that gaslighting, talking, ignoring your evidence, telling you one must take this medication, ignoring your needs, having 2 cases on the same day. All these things, yeah? Knowing you have some vulnerabilities and some disabilities. Can't you see, these are not regular human beings. They don't have a human heart. Their heart has been compromised. You know? So don't expect them to do the right thing. It's never in a million years, it's never going to happen. Only what you can do to claim your position, your rights, whatever they want to say or not. We done the videos. It's on the we do it. That's why I do this thing in the public, because it's the only way we can get some fairness, because it doesn't exist in the system. This system is based on the occult. You see, they put on the black. The barrister came in upstairs yesterday in a black gown. Yeah?
But he was the one who said, I heard him when he was asked, will you be doing the other case? And he said, no.
Yeah.
He said, no.
Right. They do not, they are not normal people. Yeah? All that black gown is the uniform of the devil. You have to look, this whole thing is based on the occult. This whole legal setup. You understand? It's very, very dark. These people are taking children in the same way. Imagine a mom comes there to face their child being taken, even if they're a little bit of a bad parent or not, like Deborah. They took Debbie's grandchildren. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And they are doing it with a straight face, like they're professional, and they're wearing their suit, and they go out in their family and their community, and people respect them, and they're a professional. But they are doing some very, very dark things. You know? And you have to get that in your system, that They're not there to. They're very, very, very dark. I have a niece who is a barrister, yeah, and she left it. She gave it up. She says, I can't do it.
I'm
You
sure.
understand?
I'm sure Carla studied law. I'm almost certain.
Yeah, but you can study law, but when you start practicing, you're not practicing law. You are practicing oppression, extracting money from
I
people.
just said that. I just said that because I was Carla's basic school teacher in Jamaica. I'm just saying that. Yeah.
I mean, if you work in property or conveyancing, it's one thing. But when you work like in criminal law or even civil, when you go and meet a lawyer, they two things they assess you first. Two things they do. They find out a what is your asset. Yeah. Do you have a house? That's got nothing to do with your case, but they want to know. And B, can you get legal aid? That's the two things they assess. First thing. And they are in a system that the public must think they're honorable and respectable, but they're doing the opposite. And this is how the system works. The public must have a positive opinion of them, and they're doing children and vulnerable people. They want to turn you into a money machine.
Listen, Anthony, I'm sending you a video, and it has two something or whatever. That's when I meet the police, because they actually arrange something. It was during I think the period coming up to Independence or Emancipation Day, where you include the Windrush situation. So I used to go to this place to get away from here because I met somebody and they said, go to Elim House. So I went there. I'd sit down and play domino, hear the people's stories just to get out of the house because Tom didn't need me 100%. So they invited me to this function. When I got there, Anthony, I left here. I went to put on my husband's bed because I still facilitate that. So he's no longer able to go. He write his bed. I put it on without fail. I even kept the last thing. So I wanted to know something about how his gambling and how he was able to manage his gambling. So the gambler was one of the songs on his thing. And when I got there, I got so going there, but because of the coat I had on, it took off some of the rain. Anthony, you say, oh, you didn't see my case. I made a case with my husband and me, picture on it. I took it to court the 2 times. When I got there, Anthony, they arranged this thing. Police was there. All of them signed my book. I done activity. I am the one who went there to take over the activity, doing my little song, policeman, actually teaching them. Because nothing was happening. Talking about the domino, do whatever. But they had their thing arranged and you do what they, and then, okay, we're doing this now, we're doing that. So that's what I get. I was invited to a new Met for London. So that was the 2nd of September. A month after I was labeled a violent nuisance. And here I was engaging with the everybody there, where I got Mark Rowley, Sir Mark Rowley, to sign my book. And him saying to me, do you know what I wrote in your book? No. A new Met for London. No. To a strong Jamaican woman. So I say, can you repeat that? So I can capture it. And I have those things on video. A month after I was labeled a violent nuisance by somebody who I didn't know of the situation and behind my back. During the time my brother is dying, I had the first eye blood, and all those things are there, and whatever evidence I have, they hide it. So they're bringing something forward. They just make sure they capture the part where I'm cussing out. Where am I cussing out? Where am I cussing out? Inside my house, that is a prison. But you can come to my window and I'm cussing out and I'm saying whatever. You capture that. Nothing that I said. No, they don't see any of these things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, I know. But don't get hooked because you will never win that. You have to get hooked on. They say they have a claim in the court. Where is it, Marvelly?
I
That's
get
the only
you.
place you
I
can get
get you.
mileage.
I get you, and I understand totally. But
And even though they're saying they're making these orders and everything, these orders have no foundation because they're not supported by a lawful and valid claim. You understand? And all the work we've done hasn't gone, it's there. All the work we've done is a foundation. Look how we pull up the Croydon one we done 2 years ago, and we pull it up back now for this one. First time now the Croydon court put something in writing. This case was struck out from. Before that, we never had anything in black and white. So we're building and building and building. And I don't know if we have resources and energy and whatever, but potentially you could get a massive payout from the system and the police because of all this shit. You know, because it's very clear. We document it. We have the. You see how I do things. We send by registered post. Everything is done to a level that they're not even used to. Nobody's doing it to this level. Not even lawyers. Yeah, you see, they're sending you all this thing.
I got another bundle for. So the first bundle is 863 pages.
Right.
Yeah, I got another bundle yesterday with 600 and odd pages, and they say it was sent to my solicitor. Some of these things I don't see them, so I don't even know what is in them. And these are the things that's condemning me because they get me to say, you have to accept this, then we will do this. So they are basically, I admitted. But what did you do? Nothing.
Practice the 12 words. I have never been served with any proceedings issued by those 12 words you have.
But they're not listening.
I don't care. You are saying what you're saying. They listen, but they're pretending they're not listening. That's two different things. All the work we're doing, it's not that they're not seeing it, but they're trying to pretend and deny it. That's a different story. Well, I'll tell you a quick thing with myself. When I was going to the Crown Court and I was planning how I'm going to conduct myself, because it's the same thing. They wanted to send me to prison for 3.5 years. And I'm thinking how I'm going to handle myself. They're going to ask all these questions and whatever. I had 3 words, Marvelly, 3 words that I needed to master. I don't know. Yeah? I spent hours in front of the mirror like I'm studying drama. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah? Everything the judge said to me, every question the barrister asked, I said, I don't know. I said, where is the sealed order? I don't know what's in the order. I don't know. I don't know. And they had me there till 7 p.m. with the prison van outside waiting, Marvelly. You understand? Until the judge gave up. He slammed the desk with his fist and he goes, you can stamp till you die because I'm asking for the sealed order. And he walked out. Yeah? That's how my case went. And he never came back to work again for the rest. He finished his career there and then. Yeah? You understand? Because it's brutally simple. A court works on orders. An order has to be sealed, not a little silly stamp, a proper seal, and it has to be signed. And they won't do it because they never had a proper application. So they will give you this little order and hope you won't challenge it or question it. And this is how the whole justice system is running. I'll tell you a quick joke, another one. There was a case last week came out with the council tax in the High Court. Somebody took it up there and said, this liability order is not an order, just paper. It's not an order. And the High Court asked the council to bring in the proper instrument. Yeah, a court order is an instrument when it's done properly. And guess what happened? They didn't turn up. They didn't turn up the court. So that's a big case for us. You see the one I had with Croydon that I submitted with the Croydon case. They want to send my wife to prison. Eventually, we challenge till the court manager wrote in black and white, signed it, that this is not from the court. They're just renting the room from us. Do you understand? In black and white. When I released that document, it went to
Available. All right. The thing did go. The internet went. It's all good and it's all good and well, and I understand everything that is being said. I'm taking on board what is being said. This is my survival. And as for, I'm going to address you people who have joined and whatever. Because as for the one about, so now let me tell you, I don't physically do fasting. I don't physically do fasting. And that is based on the fact that my auntie died when she was fasting. But when you say cut out whatever, when I was a child, I ate something that caused, it's like my throat was on fire. As a result, I don't eat that food. I wouldn't eat that food. But I cook it, but I couldn't eat it. I was on Valium from Jamaica. So my Dr. Campbell, and I take things so people understand how I operate. I was prescribed Valium from Jamaica, and I was taking it up here for they said. But then I didn't know about depression and all those things. So because my father had Parkinson's, I didn't know about Parkinson's until I came here. They say he's sick is his nerve, and when it started, yeah, we had pawpaw tree lined our land because they said pawpaw is good for his nerves. So get the pawpaw planted it so that my father's Parkinson's lasts over 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, sir. I was when I was growing up, I was a picky eater. I don't eat certain things. And then later when I grow older, now I eat cocoa. What did scratch me was the cocoa. I tire or whatever. But whatever it was that caused my problem, as a child, I even wrote a poem, you hear Mr. Badawi, I didn't know the laws of the land. So I actually wrote a poem about all my experience. One of them, I remember saying I didn't know the laws of nature. So for the whole time, I didn't eat that thing. I cook it, but I can't eat it. But last year now, I started eating some of the things that I would not eat. I didn't eat liver. I didn't drink milk at certain time, but then I had to do certain things. And I will try something once. For my health, I'm sat here, I am diabetic. I have an eating disorder. And yet I manage without taking. Because first, when they introduced metformin, the doctor said to me, take it for a period so you stabilize the diabetes. So when people are telling me once you start it, you can't come off it, not no go so. Not no go so. I am telling you how I manage. And this is coming back from my years of experience because as I said, the amount of tablets they gave my father. So every time he go, what they just throw tablets on him. It was I who had to clean out those tablets. He could not take majority of those tablets. I come from a natural thing. I peel my orange now. I leave this skin to dry. For I know the use of it. And you're gonna stop me from having a GP. The last time they came out, I had to call, my body was shaking. And once I get that and I see certain periods, because it was shaking earlier on, and I'm watching it because I don't want to call out ambulance unnecessarily. Because once I call ambulance, it's a case for these psychiatrists or people to turn up unannounced. Yeah? So when I realize the least interaction I have with them, try and find a way out. When the ambulance came on the 17th, they called, they said they would send me email because I need to sign up to specialist something or other. I'm still here waiting on the email. Who turned up? Dr. Peter Akansi and Georgina again. They have mention of them in the report. But I have no interaction with them apart from them turning up unannounced. So as Mr. Badalu says, because I've been to court before there were no security. So it just dawned on me, what was the security there for? Full security. And if matters were addressed, they are saying can me doing live is antisocial? Can me singing is antisocial? And you're gonna be asked, can they hear you? But yet when they come and kick my door, because I don't physically see who kicked my door, it's only who is coming in and out can kick my door. And when they're using the key that they asked me to give them, my key to cut copy and come in here and they are whatever. When the person will start working a month, April and by May, you send me invitation to husband. That's why I asked the question, what did you learn about me when I was on their customer panel meet member minute taker? So how can I be a violent nuisance in 1st of August and by the 2nd of September I'm engaging with the police? Yeah? I'm engaging with the police commissioner. I'm engaging with the police commissioner. Yeah? Where is in my book? Where I put this out there, this is when my brother had to relearn. My brother went to death door. I had to relearn everything. And that was the time I got letter of possession. I didn't even, some of these things, I didn't have time to see them until lately now I see them in the book. And they have these things. And when I bring it up and I said, I was told they can do anything they want to do. And I'm told also that they didn't have to tell me about it. So this goes back to my mother saying, somebody did something and call out another person's name. Like, it's me. All right, you do something, I say, it's me, Merville Miles. Yeah? So if I hear the door kick, the BT engineer who come here said to me, whoever is kicking your door has to be captured on their camera. They're not using that for nothing. But because I can't physically see, so no, When they kick my door and I stand at my window and capture who is going out through that door, because it was from the BT engineer say whoever is kicking your door has to be captured. So when my door is kicked now, I don't have a camera there, but I stand up here and I capture who comes through the door. I am the aggressor because I should ask their permission. You just kick my door. I must ask your permission to take the evidence, to take it. This is the fact. So I must ask, can I do a video of you? My door just been kicked and you're the only one come out the door, so it has to be you. So when I stood at my window and I take certain evidence, they make sure they capture whatever is me swearing or me whatever. I can never win. Yeah? Years I live here. Even now is my bell coming to ring because nobody ring that bell. And I have that in writing, catalog everything. And now I'm gonna hear in court that who it was a police who advised her to get a bell. So when the police stand up right in here and threatening me, if they get called back and they find it, and you spend half an hour up there, you said it's 15 minutes, and you're on the record, and you're not using any of that. So everything you go cut out a little part where I capture you doing wrong, but because I'm swearing and I'm saying effing blinding or whatever, you just capture that little part and use it against me. And you don't see this one, and it's on there. You don't see any of this one. Yeah? Yeah? A month off. Yeah? That's when I went to Illinois. Eh? A month after I was there. So why do I react differently when I'm in other environment, but when I'm in here, I act like this? And all these are out there. Huh? Huh? Spreading the word. A meeting in London on the 1st of September. You know, with your voice be heard. You should be going on his Instagram. And I asked them there at the when Marco is on, I said, please, can I do volunteering so I can get back the trust of the BAME community? And you have your thing, you plan, and you make sure you block me out that I can't even when you put on social media. And police is gonna come here the day I am stressed out, receiving the bed after my stepson refused. Change the lock on his father's house. And yesterday, my friend was saying, Merville, look from, I tell you, go to live at your husband. And because I want my independence. Because she said, even when you got married, she said, if you had gone there, Trevor couldn't have taken you out. So in every case I go, I lose. And a day after my husband's 101 birthday, Trevor come here and assaulted me. And she was, because she told Trevor I'm mistreating his father. And she was there joining in and everything. So it's me one against the world. And they're not looking at why I might say certain things. Because if £9,000, at least £9,000, judgment was passed, and you're still sending it back in bundles, and you're on these cases. And then when I try to recoup whatever, you're going to put civil restraint, and it's not the first time. No wonder I flip. When I have somebody come in at home at o'clock, and me and my son is on the phone, and you're going to make a corrosion, then you're going to come to my door and telling me, open the door so I can murder you, so they say you commit suicide. And they are the victim. I'm sure. So no, I must not talk. Can you imagine? So where were they? They're saying I refuse treatment. So how did I coexist caring for my husband until all of a sudden now my husband dead? No, I need it. They offered me treatment and I refused. What is the treatment? Make me not able to function. Because when I read the thing, I see exactly. Were you the one who was saying you could was it that what the one you're talking to? Because somebody did write on one of the things. I can hear the kicking of the door, something. I did screenshot them, but then I delete things and I don't know where to find things. But I remember one of the videos that live I was doing, somebody commented, I can hear the kicking or something. I don't know. Because they hide what they want to hide. When I'm there crying out that I can't find a solicitor, okay. Yes. And it's more than once. Yes, but because I can't see. So when I hear the door is kicked now and I stay at my window to recall who is going out, they said I never asked their permission. Okay. How can I use this as evidence? I don't know. And people don't understand why I record because you're saying write down. I have realms of things I've written down, and it's easier now for me to record. But nobody will take this into consideration. Then when they were saying I was whatever, I got up. I get up, have my bath, do whatever I knew, dress up because it was my brother's birthday. He died age 56 cancer. I have the thing that started whatever. And now whatever. So you're gonna shut me down. First, I was to commit suicide because they put me in a statistic. I did not commit suicide. So me and my husband now became prisoners. We weren't going anywhere because we reached a stage now where I gave up my life and it's both of us. So he started going out, he stopped taking his keys. So I made sure I'm here to let him. Till I realized that I'm not allowing him to go on his own. And now that is a curse to me. And all those things that I made, and if I write, I must remove it. When I have all this thing, it's not fair. And what I have in my book, I'm not functioning. If I was functioning, I offered the book. So I'm making sure I don't call certain names. So I'm sure you're allowed because I'm not supposed to say certain things or whatever. That can send me same straight to there, from what I understand. So now I have to do whatever. No, no, no. I'm sure you can, but I don't think I can. Because same how they have their evidence. So no, you do whatever you do. Because if you had heard the kicking of the door, I'm sure this can be used. Because it's Mr. Badalu now is gonna help the person who was whatever. So if you heard certain things while I'm on here, I'm sure that's evidence. Because I have video there where my husband is saying whatever. And they're asking me, can you see the person? I'm saying, no, I'm behind the door. I don't want to open the door in case it's whatever. And then they said I must go. So I went and I look and I see somebody at the door through the peephole. And my husband said, they're out there. My husband would have lived a few days longer or whatever. It's what they done to him. And imagine 10 years. I don't work. I don't have anything. And I was in three choirs. I see some of the songs there now on YouTube. I can't do anything to share to show. This is me in that choir singing. Now I'm kicked out everywhere. I have nowhere to. I sing in here. I'm not allowed to. If I'm in my back garden, they come. They fling me. If I am in here and they provoke me and I fling them, no, I didn't give them permission. But they can. I can be out there and they do it whatever. And as I said, they cut the thing and just to get whatever. When I'm in my words, they make sure they trigger me. And it's when I'm swearing, you don't see the rest of it. So you can say, okay, this is where, as Mr. Badalo was telling me about the person who kicked his nephew. So he pushed her. They cut out the part where it's kicked, only showing. It never dawned on me yesterday why two security were there. It was no, these things don't come to me because, yeah, two security. A Muslim one, because Teresa was talking, and another one, Asian one. And you hear that saying the way I conducted myself. That's why I'm glad after court on the 17th, I locked myself in the bathroom and I cried. I cried my eyes out, I shouted, but I locked myself in the cubicle and then I come out and I sit on the floor because I was so weak inside the bathroom. Okay. If I was functioning, I would get on with it, but I'm not functioning. And the saddest thing of all is my family has left me to be in this situation. When I was barricaded in here on the Christmas Eve 2022, my brother was on the phone with me for over an hour before the police came. So anything can happen. But what they want to do, yeah? I asked my brother, I said, can you do a little something? He said he's not doing it, it's not going to help. So they're doing everything as you rightly said for me to react. But what they will do, they will take sure this bit is not there and they capture it just here when I'm cursing. But there's got forever action. Yes. I'm barricaded in here Christmas Eve 2022. How did this happen? I saw my neighbor coming out of her car and greeted her. And that led to me having to barricade myself in here over an hour. And my brother is on the phone. And I asked my brother, please. He said, you're not doing it. My sons cannot say, Mom did this for us. Nobody answers my call. There's got to be generational curse. My grandmother went through the same thing. How her son treated her. And the thing about it is, my auntie is in Jamaica suffering. And now, I don't know what I can say from what I can't say. Because they impose whatever. Because I'm this horrible person. But how would I be? How would I capture? Why do I behave? Why do I behave a certain way around us? But in this environment, I behave. Yeah, this is something. And look here how I reach out. And now not even my grandson. I don't know. My son, none of them. Yeah? The person who wrote a 12-page witness statement for them. April, May, June, July, 10,000, but that is what went through the bank. The bank not doing anything to help me. And I'm waiting on a letter for the bank, whatever little I'm still waiting. I called them up. I'm still waiting. I'm honest to God, if I knew how the suffering I'm under, but I can't do it. I can't do it. And I ask God, please let me sleep and don't wait to avoid the suffering. Is this how I'm going to live? And then now, I have nowhere. And I owe all this money for getting beaten up, getting police, this, do it, that, do it, that, do it, and I don't have a GP. So yesterday when I started shaking, I feel this shake and I said, please God. And I said, let me hold out as long as I can. Don't involve them. Because I'm sick. Where were there? Why all of a sudden I need something that's gonna make me not function. I'm beginning to believe what they say about me. But I can't afford to let it be me because I know it's not me. So imagine I could have gone to jail and then making it look like now, oh, they've done something terrific for me. But now I can't talk. I'm sure others can talk, but I can't talk. Yeah? And I have everything in my book. And I gave out my book to people. If I knew how, I would, but I don't know. I called my brother. My brother said he's in class, he will call me back. Days pass, I don't hear from my brother. I send him a message because I'm reaching out, we need to patch up. And all now my brother hasn't contacted me. What do I say? Yeah? I tried to do every little thing to make a life. I was talking to my son's father and I said, I tried to reach out with my skill, special education and needs. Not care how I say to my family, don't you know anybody you could put me in contact with to help me to get sorted if I, whatever. I tried to do things online. Not, I have my own, I have to say whatever. Because my sons come and my brother tell them, don't leave any of the money I have here. Take it. And they will not do nothing. I reach out to Mr. Seeley. I see Mr. Seeley doing things. I reach out to him. I said, Mr. Seeley, can you help me? And the field that I'm in, I see Mr. Seeley. Yeah? See, I have 6.2K on one of my YouTube. Yeah? Yeah? Ciscan Buster TV, they have 2.61. And I have 1.16 on one. And I have 6 point whatever. The amount of whatever. Yeah? I don't know what else to do. Right now I'm paying 2 rent because of the way the bank messed me up. Nobody contacted me to say whatever. They're taking it and nobody. I found out now. I don't know what to do. Every bank. My mouth is bitter because I haven't eaten anything. It's not eat, I don't eat when I reach in these situations. So these are the situations that they're gonna use to kill me. Make me have a stroke because now I'm being I'm accused of causing causing Debbie's stroke. What am I doing? My antisocial behavior. So why do I react a certain way only in this environment? Why? Nobody's doing me anything. No, I won't get sick. I do it when I can. But if the stomach won't allow me, I can't force. So I do when I can, and I make smoothie, and I have tea, and I have sometimes I use the oats and mix it, just blend it up with banana and have it. So I try as best as I can. Well, I'm accused of her. She has to admit in court that she went to prison for drink driving. Even when after court she came knocking my door there. I know she was drunk, but I think she's maybe gone on to other things. I was told I don't know, but I know definitely she went to prison for drink driving. And her some of her behaviors is that when she smashed the glass at the communal door is that I don't drink. I put like rum and thing in my smoothie. Yeah, I'm accused of causing her stroke. But yet I don't who don't have a GP don't get a stroke yet because that's how I try as best as I can. Can you imagine something happening to me in here and I don't have nobody? Huh? Can you imagine something happen? I can't wash myself, I can't do nothing. That's what they want. So when they put me on drugs now, they're gonna get somebody to come supervise me that I'm taking the drugs, direct me to social occasion because you block me out. I can't go here and telling me where I've tried everything. If certain issues were addressed, if certain issues were addressed from even from King's College, if certain issues were addressed from King's College, when I had the first nervous breakdown, I would leave here. Now where I'm not eating, I'm not this, I'm not that. And I am the bad person for defending myself. And the only thing I use to defend myself is to talk, is to sing. And you're gonna ask, can they hear you singing? But people can come in from outside, they don't live in here. I have nothing else to do, so I talk. Other people are whatever. When I can get 700K views on the talk of my husband, why is nobody doing anything to help me? I don't know. My family know what I am going through, and none of them has come to say what's whatever because they want me to go to jail. So they whatever. So they wipe their well then it's all about making me this bad person. Yeah? It's making me this bad person. So they were I was also there for them to use certain narrative for me to answer in a way to say yes, that's it. I was there. I was sat out because I just felt overwhelmed the amount of witnesses and everybody, and I'm on my own. So each time I left inside there and go and sit out by the near the lift because that was so I'm sitting there because seeing all these people are around me and I'm in the same thing. It's like Daniel in the lion's den. And I sat out in the corridor. She and her mother, because her mother came to support her. She and her mother and her friend, they went out in the lift. It was lunchtime, and they came back. And after she came back, she came out in the out of the and stand right at there. Because I was recording, but I had the camera on me. And I saw her stand out there. But because now I think I put on weight, so I just can't use the thumb thing, it doesn't recognize anymore. And the next thing I know, she came and she stood there just staring at me. And I said to myself, yeah, yeah, how many witnesses? But she had her mother. And I saw her look. I'm sitting out. She came and she stood out there, and I saw her looking at me, and I said in myself, no, she's waiting for me to react because she keeps saying postman came and what happened. But what did postman come about? The bundle that was left that I wasn't given, and they didn't believe me. So when I saw that, I said, yes, here's another tactic. She wanted me to say something because she think I was going to shout out at her or something. Yeah, but she came out there, stood staring at me. And I just said to myself, no, I'm not going to play the game. Everywhere I am, everywhere I am, I'm blocked out. Everywhere, my whatever I created is taken. So that means it's to quiet me. I used to write articles that's shared on a website. So now I'm blocked out. Everywhere I'm blocked out. Yeah? So that my story is not seen. Yes? So I'm gonna close this one so I can carry on because this is my survival. My survival. This is my survival. I don't know what I can say from what I cannot say. And I'm beginning to feel like a fraud. I'm beginning to feel like a whatever because my son has decided to put his hat in the ring after so he's gonna join up with the gunman. So these are not my truth. All who I take my husband money and give them to get on in life. Those I take my husband money and they come and my brother tell them, don't leave me with anything. So if they take and gone, I will end up as Tina said, like my auntie who's in Jamaica and she had business and she had this and she had this. They take everything. She had business. I'm an NHS pensioner and I don't have a whatever. Yeah? What fairness is there for me? None. There is no fairness for me. You know? I know. I do know. I know exactly. I am I am the aggressor. Everybody is a victim. Everybody is now a victim. And I am the aggressor. Yeah? I put Chris Eubank, whatever. Nobody sees my book and what is in there. I don't know. So if I have things with names, if I have things with names on it, I have things with name on it, your name on it, and your I have things with your name on it. So what is it I'm supposed to do? Die? Hmm? So social media has now become my social media has now become my whatever. And when I see all these people, I ask God, each time I recovered, but how long? They know I'm here on my own. I look on the situation and I look at joy and I look at the way they are. Mm. Something went wrong. Always. Always now when you're here, you hear that something went wrong. Yeah? Unable to post report. So I can't comment. They make sure I can't comment. Something went wrong. So this is what I get. I won't waste my time. It's my thingy, but it I can't come. I can't comment. Okay. So I'm not allowed to I'm not allowed to post. It's my thingy. So everywhere I go I'll get the same thing. So let me not waste my time. Yeah? I will not get any justice because I chose to defy their whatever it is. I chose to speak my truth. So I will not get any justice. All right, it's posted now. This is I am in prison. That's what psychological prison. I'm in a psychological prison, a mental prison, whatever prison you name it. That's it. That's it. After the death of my mother, so I'm gonna do my thing now. Not even that anymore. The way how my place is jumbled up and jumbled up. I'm not living. I am not living. I'm not living. This is not life. This is not life as I envision it. This is not life. Yeah. This is not the life I envisage. This is not the life I envisage. This is not the life. Yes? Yeah, I know that. Yes. Yes, my book is on Amazon. You can't miss it. I wonder and I said, how can God? But I keep questioning God because, as far as I'm concerned, from the age of when my father was stricken with Parkinson's, I'm having that. And I go back to when my father beat me for swearing. And then I turn it over when he got sick, and I don't understand how God could allow him to be sick and change my life. So I have to choose. I have to choose what it is I say. I'm forbidden from posting, but that's all I have. This is my whatever. Yeah? This is all I have. And it's been taken away. So gradually everything is taken away. Taken away. Till nothing will be left. Nothing will be left. Soon nothing will be left. And I asked God, I said, God, why are you allowing me to suffer? Why, God, are you allowing me to suffer? Why this pain in my heart? And now I can't find the number. Okay. People think I'm wonderful. My family left me. My brother betrayed me, man. And I don't know how I didn't see this coming. Every way they try to block me out. Every way I turn, I'm blocked out. You take my website. You can't find the number. I can't find the number. and people think I'm okay, but I'm not okay. And why should I accept take treatment for you to stop me down? And you said I never do anything. And my sons come here and I don't know myself anymore. I no longer know who I am. My son father is gonna tell me, take it from them and don't take it. If I take it from them, I am agreeing that I am taking it, so I'm not gonna take it from them. There's a heavy. I don't know anymore. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know who I am. I'm living in this mess that is part of my trauma. I'm living in the I'm living in the mess that is part of my trauma. My problem didn't just start. I don't know where I'm to look for this thing now. My problem didn't just start. My problem didn't just start. And they are not looking at the cause. They're not looking at the cause of what cause the causes of how I am here. They're not looking at the causes. They're not looking at the causes. Nobody's looking at the causes. So I have nothing left. And it's under here, the pain. There's nothing is going on. Does anybody think I want to be living like this? No. I don't want to be living like this. But it's sad that my husband wrote everything is self-fulfilling prophecy. My husband wrote that they am being used. My husband wrote that I'm being used. And I'm being used. His family used me. My family used me. My two sons only come here to forward. Yeah. Oh. I'm calling to track down our savings. Yes. People, um, calling nationwide, so I might as well talk the story. My husband and I had savings at nationwide because my husband will put money in banks so he gets the best interest. So he'll be searching around where to put the money. When my husband put my name on his account at Nationwide Savings, there were some problems. In the end, I am the one I'll always raise concerns, whether verbally or in writing, but I prefer to use verbally. Everybody's always apologizing, like how Lloyds now is offering me £100 for what they did to me. Right. Throughout all this time, I'm with Nationwide. Savings account with my husband, yes. I continued with Barclays because I need consistency and continuity in anything I do. Yeah. So this was my experience at Barclays. I begged the paper and they came here and interviewed me. Yes. My grandson, who is now 20 years old, not talking to me. I don't know if he's in contact with his father. When because I said I had a situation where I need consistency, continuity. So I deal with people when because of my hidden disability. So there are times when I don't use the thingy. I prefer to deal with a person. That's how I best function. So when Barclays now done it, take my money the second time, the 27th of September 2021, I was sat here getting ready to go out when a phone call came in. Didn't know who it was. I didn't even get it about Richard Hart. After I left here, the phone call, I record people. It's my right. And people are saying I'm recording them and don't get my permission. You're telling me a fraudster call me, a scammer call me. And I'm to get that scammer permission before I can record that scammer. I record the conversation. I can hear certain threats. Most times when I capture police and whatever, it's live I'm doing, and certain threats come across. They will block them out. So I heard the threats and I realized. So I record. Yeah. After I left here, I went into Barclays. I take my husband's money to go. I take my husband's money to go send for my son's wife to help with university. My son came here and he didn't tell me he needed help until he went back to Jamaica. Or else my son would have say, "Mo, I go take the money and go to put it in the bank because now I am not working for it to go send." I could have given my son the money to take. My son wait until he reached back Jamaica to tell me that he needed help for his wife. And I went to the bank. I don't do handwriting because sometimes I handwrite and I don't know what I write. So a five will look like a S or whatever. Worse, I have a medical report that says chronic anxiety affects writing. It not only affect my writing, now it's affecting my speech. After I left, when I went into Barclay, I said to my daughter-in-law, send the thing. I had sent money before, so it's typewritten up. I took it to the Barclays. They said three people in the bank, a white lady, a black lady. She looked like she was on training because she reached out and asked the white lady, how you do so and so, and then they came over. So they go through the process. They said they couldn't do whatever, whatever, whatever. It had been done before. I said, whatever needs to be done, write it on the paper. And I come back here. I remember saying to my daughter-in-law, something is not right. So the money, now all I have in the bank is the money to pay the bills. Everything is gone. I'm not working how many years I'm not working. So I make sure I have enough in the bank. Yes, I phoned the other day to find out about a savings that's supposed to be matured. And it usually I get the letter before my husband's birthday. That's a marker. I spoke to somebody who said the letter would be sent, and I'm still waiting. Yes. I'm going to give them my. Let me get you the right one. The first one is 07. 08, 08, 06 is contact tracing. And they are talking about 27425981. Very good. I was told that we are not eligible, but I missed that. So I don't know why the letter hasn't arrived. Mm-hmm. I phoned up. Yeah, exactly. I usually, yeah, yeah, not today. I am not well. Mm-hmm. 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 To you, it's plenty of time, but in my situation, it's today's the 21st, and I have so much going on. So, I don't want to be blamed for whatever because there's a trend and a pattern going on, and I'm the one who is actually getting the backlash of it. So that's why I called up again to say, because I don't want to be accused of anything because I've been accused before. Hmm. All right, could you yeah, and could you put something there so they know that I'll be coming in? Is that possible? If I tell you my local branch, could you like maybe send them something to say that I'll be coming in to sort it out in case I don't get it? Like, I don't know. I'm just asking. Okay. Brixton. Brixton, please. I've never been to Algate, and Algate is way out. I said Brixton, please. Okay. What if I can't get there before the 28th? Yeah, because yeah, but because it's mature than the 28th, I usually like to. That's why I'm asking, what if I can't get there because the ill health and everything that's happening to me at the moment. So it's not a certainty that I can get there for the 28th. Okay. Yeah, I just want to put just in case. I notice as a little thing. So if not able to get there by the 28th, I will be the one who is at disadvantage because I will not be able to decide if I'm going to put it where I'm going to be earning higher interest. So then I'm going to be earning low interest, not because of my fault, because a delay in your system. That has nothing to do with me. The letter not coming, that's what I mean. So then I'll be one who will be disadvantaged. Yeah, because when customer is at fault and we raise concerns, we are some of us are treated like second class citizens. But when it's the bank's fault, they will not do anything to sort of make redress or anything. I'm not saying I need redress at this point. I'm just saying on the basis of what has been done to me by Nationwide. Because Nationwide has been mean to me, especially since I lost my husband who is 101 years old. And Nationwide is responsible for me paying two rents. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, and today is the 21st. So it's not a guarantee it's gonna reach here before the 28th. Then again, there we go. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's just also I like to do things. in the comfort of my home where I'm in, because I have chronic anxiety and it affects writing and all those things. So I prefer to be in the comfort of my own home doing what I'm doing instead of being in an environment where I'm stressed. So these things are very important to me as well. Okay. Okay. Nationwide not only blame me for anything, Nationwide has discriminated against me. It's not to do with you personally. I know what you're saying. You want me to do a survey of the service I received. That is good. You're making sure I get the pack. Again, now you're making sure to give me the direction. But Nationwide overall has been nasty. Especially since my husband died. Nasty. My branch, other people that I've raised concerns about, yeah. Nationwide on a whole is nasty. Well, not in this lifetime, I don't think so. I just need whatever little I have so I can make arrangements. Imagine you have a customer that you imagine you have a customer live to be 101 year old, and after that, even before that, you started targeting both targeting me. Then that's gonna impact on him. And then after he died, I had to pay funeral money for funeral people to come for funeral twice because of nationwide malpractice. Yeah, and these things should be whatever. But I am the one who is the guilty party for speaking my truth. So the truth must be told. No, thank you. Okay. I sat here the other day and I called. So all they want now, I'm going to do survey. I used to do survey, get 100, whatever, whatever. This reviews, da. They take it. Yes? And that's why I'm in the situation I'm in for raising concern. Doing it gentle, because this is very important to me. That's the last I have. Yes? What can I say and what can I say? So now I'm going to do a survey. Every time this situation. So now we talk about the whatever nationwide and how the trilogy of what come down. I meet Mimi Owusu and Mani Zenawi at an event where Garfield Robinson was there. That's when Garfield Robinson told me about his plans for his book. And I asked God, and I say to God, why have you let me to suffer, God? You must hate me, God. At this event, because my brother was here. My brother was here. Yes, my brother was here. So I left my brother with my husband because I had to get out. That's part of my socializing. I got to the event. As usual, I dress up to match the occasion. So I was wearing one of my cultural dresses. Hence, it draw crowd to me. So I was interviewed. I never see any of those. I was interviewed. I met Garfield and he threw out his plan to me. Yes, throw out his plan to me about this. So that's how I'm in volume. I got volume one. That's how I'm in volume two of Garfield's book. Yeah. I tried everything to set up my own little business. Nothing. I spent money trying to get back in work. I remember my son come here and my son said, imagine for my stop work, I never try to get work. And all those things. Yeah. And some of those things are hurting me. And I don't know. I had my own website, I have this and I have this. And now I am forbidden for doing certain things. And this is what's messing me up. Because you can take away my voice and take away my rights, and then you do whatever. And if I'm not careful, no, I don't want to watch nothing for nothing no more. If I am not careful, yeah, I can be incarcerated for my truth. So even now, I have to suppress my truth and know how I speak my truth. So all right, I remember this. I've seen this young lady. When I go out, people. When I go out, people, I go out to socialize, try and get back into the mix. Try and get back into the mix of who I was. So I meet Garfield, hence this. So during the was it coming around to Christmas, I get email for event and from Garfield. So I said, okay. After I was left out of everything now, all I have left is the drumming group. Oh, this thing not moving. All I have left is the drumming group. So I'm going out there and getting back involved in everything. So yes, I see people. So Mimi Owusu, Iman Zenawi decided to hold the microphone for the lady who was interviewing. These people have their ways and means. I wish now I had not listened to her and got photograph or stuff of her. Even in my house, she tells me she don't want photograph, and I abide by the rule. Yeah. So as I said, that's how I got into because I didn't know about volume one, although I now know. Yeah. After everything was said and done, I heard her exciting what she was doing, black awards and whatever. And I said, whatever you're doing, yeah, You see, I can't focus on certain things or whatever. So I'm gonna try and keep focused. After everything is said and done, I'm looking people to engage because I'm blocked out. What I used to do, it's no longer, and I'm looking, I'm fighting, get back in, get back in. So I said to her, whatever you're doing, I would like to be involved. Yes? She said I should talk to her friend. She gave me her card. She gave me her card, and before too long, we linked up. Yes? Okay, we linked up. And before too long, she was here. She wrote in thingy that whatever, whatever. I've already put those out there. I don't know how to upload things. I've had training, but I still am a dum dum. Yeah? April, May, June, July. And between that time, I transferred because her friend talked to me, Liz, and whatever, asked me the night. I remember she was going to America to lend her the money. I remember I was on the phone with Jillian. £10,000 in two installments transferred to her account at Santander from Nationwide to Santander. When I went to do the transaction, same what I'm saying to the lady, they stitch you up, they know your vulnerability. And the young lady was saying to me that yeah, she was saying there was nothing, this, that, that. So I'm saying, where would I be sending this thing if there is nothing? And you have to consent whether you want to go ahead. Well, same like at the court, I am not agreeing to certain things. Same like with the risperidone, I'm not taking certain things tonight in certain things. I said to the lady, the person live local. Don't know where she live, all I know she live local because people conceal whatever, and I am open and honest inviting people here. I called her, I said, and she come, and we went back in the bank. Whatever I said, that has nothing to do with anything. Why would I go to a bank, decided no, I'm not going through with that because it doesn't sound safe. Let me get the person in person because I'm used to doing things in person. The person came, I done the transaction, and I came home. And the next thing I know, I got a letter to do survey, which I did. I'm always honest and upfront. And since the survey didn't have any, as far as I'm concerned, I never had a problem because I made sure whenever there's a problem, that's why nobody's going to tell me I must take risperidone and let them believe I'm taking it. If I take risperidone from them, I know I have to take it. So I'm not going to take risperidone. As the barrister said, take the pill and they won't, take the treatment and they won't, whatever. And who is the solicitor to have a whole thing? So they're in consultation. The solicitor got Steve Ajira to come off the case. And I got to court the 19th of December and had to be assisted by a duty solicitor. So this duty solicitor, though, yeah, Yeah. So after the survey, now I got a letter about my behavior in the bank and threatening to close my account and all sorts. Remember, people, I am now with Nationwide where I had an account, joint account with my husband because I stuck with Barclays because I was getting the service. I could go into branch and I get personal attention. I don't have to go put me card in hold. Somebody knows of my vulnerability. So I was treated accordingly. So then when Barclays closed my account now, that's when I got a joint account with my husband, Billy. I explained to, before I even take out the account, certainly I talked to somebody personal and told them what happened, blah, 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 so I can have that personal touch. And I explained about what Barclays is doing and whatever. And now to find out Nationwide is doing the same thing and even worse. Yes? So I spoke to them. I said, da 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 da, Barclays done me that. I can't do the stress, blah, blah, blah. So that was the first one. Can you imagine having my bank account closed and the troubles that I had? How this triggered me to get something in writing to say my behavior when I know I did not exhibit any of those behavior. I'm not a person who sit on things, so I need it addressed. So even me and my husband and my brother went into the bank, and everything is Mimi also directing me. Everything, Mimi also directing me. Mimi also drafted the letter that I should send to Nation. Mimi also. Yeah? When I went into the bank, that's when I realized who it was. So it wasn't the person who was serving me who put in the complaint. It was the other person, this person are black or whatever you want to call them. So one who was serving me and the one sit beside her, only to find out that this is a regular practice. This woman is a thief. And when I use certain terms, I have the fact. So because I went into the branch one day and this man was there at the counter. The man gave her X amount and she only put X amount and was thieving 20 pounds of the man money. So luckily the man looked at the man and said, no, whatever. Now she stood there to go through her all the money in the counter. And she know that she do all those things. She went when because if you did, the man would have come out now. Because it happened to me. When the man said, no, I gave you X amount, she go through all her counter. So of course I'm gonna talk to the man. So I record the man and I do my thing. I'm not to do those things. So now they are the victim. They do what they do to me, and because I talk, they are the victim. So right. Mimi Owusu, after I get the letter about my behavior, Mimi was the one who was advising me, drafted letter for me. Da 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 da. April, May, June, July. Okay. By July now, I'm trying to get in touch with Mimi Owusu. She got other money from me. So I gave her £600, gave to help with her business. I don't lie. I sit down and I listen to she and Liz talking and whatever. I gave her £600 to help with her business. So I'm not counting that in whatever I want back. That was given. From before she told me about this fellow who named Harrison, whatever. But cut a long story short, Mimi Owusu, her business, she made up these names, aliases, and using them. Because I got an email from Dexter Blackman after she set me up with it. And I got an email from Dexter Blackman. And I'm talking. I mentioned it to her and she said, oh, it's me. So me have all these aliases. Her business is run under certain criteria. or Black Awards. Yeah. So the next thing I know, no, I'm under pressure. I'm fearful of going into nationwide in case they agree, in case they accuse me of this. Then after that it happened. More times again, and the threats keep coming. Now, by July, Mimi also start playing their trick. So it's a disappearing trick. We were to meet up, she called me, then she started to tell, she contacted me like Harrison because now she get Harrison doing work for me. She get me somebody to build my website. She get Harrison writing for me. And me now because of my neediness. A person who publish a book, a person who this, but because of my need this. And how they make you vulnerable and you believing in this thing, how they gonna help. Yeah? So Harrison was driving. She get Harrison to contact. She's concerned. Harrison is concerned about Mimi's mental health. Till in the end, Mimi, whatever. And the next thing, Mimi starts stalking me, trolling me. And when I talk about trolling and stalking and whatever, she haven't called this morning. Mimi will be calling on my phone at all hours of the morning and night. House phone, mobile phone. My house phone, the number showing that is calling my house phone is my same number. Mimi, in the end, write a 12-page witness statement for the Housing Association. That is what, the same way, that is what helped labor me, although it was after. You don't know me, and people give you certain information, and that is what you use to label me. And them who trigger me, so now I have to make sure. That's why we're after court. On the 17th, I locked myself in the bathroom and I cried until the tears. I was, when my crying was shouting. If you don't understand, it was like, ah, ah, ah. But I was locked in the bathroom. So the cubicle size, I locked myself in there and cried out whatever I need to cry out. Imagine you one in court, seeing your neighbor with her mother who come to with her for support. This man who has never just started working with the company, not even a year, and saying all those things about me. Yes, and it was just too much. So after I came out of the cubicle, I sat on the floor inside the bathroom because I was feeling so weak, catching my breath. I once said I see the lady come and look through and then I came out and I sat out the front because I'm weak. And all when they because I carry my suitcase, it's a source of whatever. And all when they come and they said, all when the security say, oh, we're closed now, I just sat because the cleaners were there. Yeah. And to know that Mimi Owusu, she said how I was sectioned. I'm deaf. So when they hear you talk about certain things, my son was diagnosed as being deaf and dumb. They say whatever. I have no hearing problem. Whatever problem is they have is when I'm triggered. So they know the trigger. Mimi Owusu send police here on the 7th of July. Mimi Owusu send social services here. The 12 pages they have written it, I've read it, I've done whatever. And nobody is taking those things into consideration. Yeah? Mimi Owusu tried for me to get on my husband's will, but it seemed as if she had plans to. Because I was so trusting in Mimi after she come on, so she must have gone and do her studies and know what point to do. But she was trying for me to get on my own. I was so trusting in Mimi that I even said, let her be power of attorney. Because I'm lazy, and if somebody is trying to help me, I need to take off that responsibility, put it on on somebody else's shoulder so I can live. The next thing I know, Mimi, Mimi found the solicitors. Mimi found the solicitors. And on the 17th of July, I sat right there. Because by this, I'm taking cab with my husband. So if we have an appointment, I take the cab. And then when we're coming home, I struggled. We struggled on the bus. But I can't afford to be late. I'll be ready in advance and he'll be start stressing. I said, no worry yourself. I'll book this because I know me. I sat right there, right on the sofa, the edge of the sofa there on the 17th of July 2023. I got a letter. I got a letter. I've never heard of these people before. I had no dealing with them. I looked at the letter, read it before I went to the solicitor, and I saw a name on it. I saw a phone number on it. Email was on it, and I called the number. Of course, I'm going to record. That's my backup. That's my safeguarding. Yeah? So you send me your letter. You send me your number. And now it's gonna be used that I use her private this and I use her this. I publish it to whatever. Huh? Me know who to bring me a tracksuit with black awards. I just wish God would make me see to stop this pain, this anguish. But as you see, I have to bear my punishment. Yeah? Me know who will be calling me and here, I'm here, I don't hear her from morning, yeah? But she'll be when they get their glory, so they know exactly what's happening to me. Yeah? I raise concerns and then I take out small claims. So I take Mimi House, so I take Nationwide, I do whatever. And one district judge sat down and strike out five, said it has no merit. So everything has no merit. And then another HHJ is gonna put civil restraint order on me whilst I'm being stitched up to go to jail for speaking my truth. What is my truth? Apart from the little I'm phoning up about, I have nothing left. The two amounts that I received, they're gone like a salmon mouth. So at one time, I have over 100,000 in savings, and it's gone. Gone! Scam, bank, do whatever. Family take, get, and keep getting. And me like I eat that. Don't other day, it's my responsibility. After my husband died, I continued looking after his brother. And I sent that £1,000 to Donald to help with the funeral. I have nothing left. And now I'm gonna get bills for what I don't do. One is 60 odd and one is 20 odd. I go back to when I said I have issues with family or whatever, I go back to I wish somebody could take me and take care of me until I can take care of myself, but there's nobody. The one person I had who I thought was genuinely Lloyd, and I'm not gonna cry over spilt milk because I had my eyes. I'm not a woman who just jump into relationship, serious relationship like that with anybody, based on the fact that I heard my auntie's story of being married. And as soon as my husband is dead now, you want to come restrict me with your risperidone and say now you're getting rid of me because I refuse treatment. When did they offer this treatment? When? Under what situation? I have no record of. I wrote out to them and I said, please, can we arrange mediation? Candy Smith came here when she came and saw the situation, what was happening with us. He came to interview Tom. She reached out and she arranged mediation. And they come here now. I am this, I am that. I can't talk. But you will come in my house and provoke me, like the police did. Like you come surround my window. And when I record and put it, you make sure you get rid of everything only where I'm swearing. Like swearing is not terrible for me because I'm scared like that I'm gonna do something, but I've never done it. And that's why Dr. Phil Grady can phone my kid, son Kevin Murray, to ask him if he thinks I will attack the neighbor. So you're putting words in my son's mouth. And he like I get I won't do anything to my neighbor, but I will do it to my family. That's why my family is what I'm doing. I'm not fearing anybody. I don't deserve what is happening, but I don't know how to go about getting my story across. So now, so it happened first time, and I get this out London first to come and tell my story. I've been reaching out again. So it happened with this. When my husband and I had savings at Santander, I had to put in complaints. Yeah. After my husband was declining now in health and they saw it, they targeted us. And in the end, I have the video. Nobody's looking at those. Where I refused from going into Santander. So I stand up outside because I didn't want them to accuse me of anything. And I record my husband coming. And by the time I put whatever I put in the knapsack, walk across to the bus stop, everything in the envelope was taken out of the bag. And the police is still. It's gone to the CPS and whatever, wherever, because they arrested somebody and they don't know whatever. But everything now, I'm them pushing forward. And when I push something in, they put civil restraint order on me. How do I say? Where is the justice? My case isn't just clear cut like that. They need to go and look why I am in Dr. Maria Hudson's research paper for the Policy Studies Institute, the experience of multiple disciplinaries, and I'm in that. I'm on King's College London, YouTube, Radar CNS, Dr. Faith Matcham. I did 2 years medical research. I started over for want of something to do, but I realized repeating it was not a good experience for me because I wasn't getting any work, I wasn't getting any help, so it became a problem. So I stopped. I remember Katie White used to say, Beverly, you can do a podcast. But then at the same time, I have website, I have LinkedIn, I have where I used to write, where I write things and it was shared on other website about Parkinson's, about dementia, about this, about that, about, yes. I have 12 pages that I created, 12, 18 pages Facebook account. And now I am the bad one who's going to be blamed for antisocial behavior. And as soon as my husband. And nothing that I raise, whatever. It's dated. But you can talk about the same day at court when I'm defending myself and you're up there recording me and talking in court that everybody come and do whatever, post for this and whatever. And it's gospel truth. And you're going to say it's because I'm not taking something that can shorten my life. And I had no need for until this came up. And where the solicitor, you work with the solicitor to tell me take the medication and you will let me stay. So then what's going to do? You don't have a plan where you work with the mayor of London and whoever else to get people in prison. They go in prison, they come out in prison in your care, so you have control and you're making money. That's what it is. Where and when did you try to offer me any help? Apart from when Trina Filbert came, when she just started in May and then she came June. What training did she do for whatever? And they are the ones who are doing equality act assessor. Whatever, I get whatever. No consultation based on Melissa's report. So I have this whopping bill. I have this whopping bill because of talking for my truth. And I just miss prison. And I'm in an environment where there's two security guards. It didn't dawn on me. I'm just because I heard Teresa say, "You're back again." Two security guards. But yet when police come here and assault me or whatever, and I'm arrested or whatever, and I put in complaints, and it reach IOPC, and it reach here, and it reach there, and it reach there, and then, but you're persistent in this. And you're not understanding if I say a certain name, it's because I have it on paper. I might not have been before you, but I have it on paper about things. Michael Carter of the Solicitors Regulation Authority. How do I know that name? I have names of people from various whatever that I have been in contact with. Robert Lewinsky, the two officers came on the ninth, my son's birthday, because of something that was on YouTube about racism. And this is me. I'm worse off than in a prison because in a prison they have routine, maybe or whatever. But if I don't make something for, remember I'm not eating. So once all those skills I have is gone, and as soon as I pick myself again and do something, something else happens. I'm going to getting lost because of whatever. I don't function. I got there yesterday. There was no listing. Luckily, I had somebody. Can you imagine? Came. I'm not in a situation to speak, and the person met me and took some notes, and they would not allow her to speak. But yet me who lose my voice sometimes, I'm not able to write, and you're offering me pen and I'm explaining. No, makes no sense. I'll not be able to do any writing. So I have to rely on my memory when I'm relating back certain things because I can't write it down. That's why I rely a lot on recording now. I should somebody put me in a situation where I'm managed all my life. I was there to security just to go put me in jail. When I talk about my brother who died in jail, yeah? When I talk about my brother who died in jail and why he died in jail, I never used to talk about my brother. I just couldn't talk because there are certain things I didn't understand. I didn't know anything about sexuality differences. But I grew up in a situation where male and female. So even though it was happening and you hear the innuendos, like they call people B man or whatever, whatever. I have no experience of it. It was later on I realized it was happening in my same environment, only I did not know. It was happening in the environment, but I did not know. When certain reality you realize. So even when I got beaten up by one brother, because I was supporting him, when the whole place turned against my brother, I didn't know what my brother was. I wasn't supporting my brother for that. I'm supporting him as a brother. And that's why I feel so gutted that my family can abandon me and let me to be in this situation. And I'm not gonna let this go over too much because I don't know. I'm not at a safe place. I'm not at a safe place and I'm just scared that I might do the unthinkable because I can't manage the pain anymore. I can no longer manage the pain. People, I can no longer manage the pain. And I said it yesterday. I said, if I become the statistic, I said it. If I become the statistic, they'll be responsible. But nobody cares. And nobody understand what I'm saying. That I might become a statistic. Yeah. So none of my, don't waste my time here. But then I'll do one. I just talk today. I'll just talk because I need to talk. And in talking, yeah. So now somebody is going to help me by becoming a Mackenzie friend. I don't know even know what a Mackenzie friend is. And these things are out there and nobody offers me them. My throat is dry. Yeah. So now I am talking my truth, so I just continue because I can't do anything. You hear them? Yeah. So Alice Weekly is dead and everybody and I see Mr. Seeley. So now I'm just talking, mm, choose Jamaica. And my son, I see my son putting out. So I'm gonna go back. The face of a racist killer. Yeah. The face of a racist killer, but nobody will accept the face of an alcoholic who has turned my life into a living hell. Nobody will accept that. So I'll continue to tell my truth, and I'm putting what was that one? I'm putting my family. I don't know. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know who I am anymore. Okay. So they closed my file. I'd contacted them about whatever. They closed the file. So they must know that I was. Okay. Makes no sense. Yeah. This is what they do, people. I reach out. I reach out, and everybody they close. I totally agree. It's hard. It is hard, and I accept that because if I wasn't a strong person, I wouldn't be here. Everything I try. See, I did contact a solicitor about whatever, but nobody is gonna work for me because as everybody knows, I am. It's like me one against the world. Me one because I have here a drink driver. He went to prison for drink driving, and they're gonna send me to prison on her word that I am doing things that she's doing to me. He said nobody has ever kicked my door. Nobody. She used to kick the door every morning to leave, but because she's light and whatever, she's sucked out. She's thin. So it don't affect me. It's when the man start kicking it. But when the man kicks it, he kicks it, he maybe go away for another 5 minutes, he come back again, he give it another powerful kick, he goes away and then he give it another powerful. So we'll give it 3 kicks in the space of a few minutes. The amount of card numbers I have, yeah? The amount of card numbers that I have, and it's not no. So why should they tell me I cannot talk my story? So I talk my story from my life and intertwine it because on my YouTube I talk everything. I even talk about how I had sex at an early age and didn't have sex again for years because I had a very terrible experience. That's why no man can fool me easily. So when that man from Streatham, I told you I went there and I just decided, you know what? I was seeing through him. All he was interested in is getting my money. That man is packing barrel, I gave him money. I'm the one always giving. And believe me, don't bother me. I'm that generous type. I give him money. I said, buy have a party and invite your friends. Hmm? And why can't people see this and understand what I'm going through? Yeah? My husband died. Lloyd's Bank is saying about my month is sore. See? Again, my month is sore. My lip is sore. And those things don't come. Yeah? So that's me also. So I can't talk my truth. Yeah? I can't talk my truth. How I don't have a duty. I don't know which one I should do now. But I just need to keep talking. And then if my truth comes out and it has to be addressed, I'm sure you're gonna I put it in there. So I'm gonna do leave now. I'm gonna do my mother and leave. My stomach is yeah, because that's all I have. I'm in a prison. Imagine what could I have done a month after I am labeled a violent nuisance. I'm with police commissioner who signed my book. I'm with police commissioner who signed my book. Yeah? Now they want you to download app. Everything is app. Yeah? Yeah? You must download everything. Everything is app. And I prefer certain things because I manage better. Yeah? So I don't know if I have Google app or what I don't have or what I don't. I don't know. It's just hard. Even to go into the news and use it till if I'm not whatever I ask somebody. You I don't know. It's so sad, so sad. It's just so sad that I who used to write tribute for everybody as long as whatever. I am this. I am this who needs to be jailed. I'm this person. I'm sure nobody can stop me from saying my true story. And it's there, but then I have to link my true story with my life experience. See again, billing problem. Every month I have problems with the whatever because of what Nationwide done. And every time something change, it's all the whole system has to go be do redo or whatever. Who would have thought that my two sons of all I sacrificed, I decided not to have more children because of who I am. And I gave them everything. And in the end, so now I will do London Early Foundation. And when I use certain terms, well, people will have to understand why I use certain terms. When I use certain terms, it will have to be understood that I use this term because of da 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 da. Yeah. So I'm doing leave, a comprehensive of leave in my own words, and then later on, because since nobody want to accept that I have issues, that is just this case. In 2009, I became a graduate of the Open University. I don't have certain things, and I don't try to live a life that is bigger. In simple terms, I don't hang my basket where I have to take long stick and drop it down. I am over generous, and I have the letter from my husband that says everybody's using me. And he's dead and gone, and he's proven right. My friend Marva said yesterday he must be caught up somewhere at some tree root, wondering what is happening to me. My friend said, because my friend and my husband talk because they used to be so close. Marva is in America, going to similar things with her daughter. Yeah, Marva know what my husband's value was. And Marva is saying to me, Mervily, I told you you should have gone to Tommy. Yeah? So with all that was happening, nervous breakdown after the death of my brother, nobody's taking those things into account. So I'm doing from leave. I'm not going back to Kings yet because that's a separate one. I went, Alev came here, I'm working at Peckham Settlement. And then I realized the same foolishness had started there because what people do, they learn, people do them things and then they get in a position of leadership and they're going to do people the same thing as a take liberty of their position. So somebody had done us wrong. You now reach up to that position now where you are now going to treat people like you was treated, not realizing you was a positive. And this person was treating me like that. Well, somebody had helped. I even signed for her to get her British citizenship. That's how powerful I am in certain aspects. That's me is the one who find job, see job advertised, and because I know they are in the wanting the power base because of my chronic and my situation. I work within my level because I don't want to let myself down. So I'd see job advertised, I'd make sure I contact her. I write reference for her, I do this, I do that. Reference for Augusta Foster, for the some big position with the council. Yeah. So I saw the job as manager advertised. I contacted her, she got the job. And by her work in this setting, they come there and she was offered the role of to do this. I remember the thing, when I remember. But now she's working with the council. Who write the reference? Me. So how did I now come back around to be this person? Yes? After because I was doing my case, so I was focusing on the first case at King's, that I done myself. The union let me down, so I have to go back so you understand. Unison let me down, no solicitors, nobody, so I did it myself because I knew I had my rights. I got to court, they hand me back my body because I didn't know to put it in a document or wherever, put it in folder and whatever. But yet, Kings had a barrister on the case. So it's not the first I'm meeting up like this. I've never had so many. Kings had a barrister on the case representing me. And they would interrupt, same like how they interrupt on the whichever, because I didn't get the bundle. Same thing. They would interrupt when I ask certain questions to go instruct the manager, Glendalyn Abawad. And then they said, I made up disabilities. I'm not a credible witness. After the GP refused now from giving me a medical report. But then I already have the one that says chronic anxiety because I cannot, because I got that for my health and social care examination, the only examination I done in that circumstances. Yeah, I prefer to do assignment so I can. The pressure of doing an exam, not for me. The things will be in my head, but the writing, I can't write fast enough to put it down. So I failed on that. But I didn't fail. So that's the only thing I had then. When I started now, because Augusta wanted me to come and be her deputy. So of course, I was going to be doing the work for her to get it. That's all ever done in this country. I am there, so you give, and I'm the one you send home to come and work from my yard, so you get everything. I couldn't go to take up the role of deputy for Augusta because I had my case going and I had other things. So she gave it to Winnie. Yeah, I've heard for Winnie for when, and I just said, you know what? As you rightly said, sometimes just leave. God is doing things. Because I know God have me here still for a purpose. Because I'm wondering what happened to Miss Presley. Yeah? I got the job and I was happy. Because that was within my school. I'm assigned whatever. And then I noticed certain things. I'm a graduate of the Open University. A graduate of the Open University. And then I noticed certain things. Augusta is treating me a certain way. Augusta would take my work to do whatever. And then Augusta is having a what you will call meeting. Manager, so you have this meeting. And Augusta start treating me the way Gwendolyn about or just treat us. That when we working at King's, because I went to King's saying I would end my working days there. That's how forward thinking I am. Augusta left, and I ended up having to find work for Augusta. Yes? Find reference, find work, write reference, the whole lot. And now I'm working under you. You started treating me. So I decided, you know what? I can't stay in here, but I just can't let till I get something. No. Me, Augusta, Alem, Sanhat, and some others started. Clear is white, and Clear get turfed out of things because they wanted somebody else to come in. People, it's there, I've witnessed it. And they put a black manager in place to do the dirty work. Glendalyn Abawad, a Trinidadian married to an African. When I say she is creative, When you see Christmas time and she put up that Christmas thing, it's a beauty. Give people their honor. She's Trinidadian. She has that touch. But Mitch had told me that she was not a proper nurse. I don't know. Mitch used to tell me something. Yeah, once you start elevate yourself, they have things to do and they're gonna knock you down. So I got knocked down. Had the first nervous breakdown at Kings. I noticed certain things. Augusta start treating me certain way. I'm trying to put what a mechanism in place to, and then it would like put it back, and I'm thinking, oh my God. So now I decided I'm gonna start looking work. But with my situation, it wasn't easy. But the work was dropped into my lap. Alev and Augusta meet up. Alev told Augusta that she was studying. So Augusta told Alev that I had graduated. And Alev came here for me to start off, help her start off her studies. I do it for Joyce Green Bailey. I do it for this. I sat here and I start them off. When Alev came, because I knew Alev from Kings, I told Alev what Augusta was doing to me. And Alev said to me, her company is recruiting. I had gone to this company, Westminster Children before, Society before, and done an interview and I did not get through. Now they're called leave. I got the application because I don't delay. I got the application and I applied and I remember May, my birthday is May. I think it was the 5th of May. I went the interview. Before the interview was over, Neil King was walking around the office telling everybody how good I was. Before the interview was over, Neil King was around the office telling everybody how good I was from the interview. It was May. I could have started immediately, but because I had booked my fare to from fear to go to Jamaica on holiday because the year of my 50th, I actually financed a family reunion. Those are the things I grew up with. Because my father would take me every year without fail to his birthplace, Aberdeen. So I know how they travel by train, we walk certain way, we catch bus certain way. I know all that. So it's embedded in me. And now to be called and a violent nuisance and all I do. And I nearly miss being in prison for my truth. So I'm not to talk about this now. So I make sure I don't call names. I'm telling my story. And if it fits in my story, I'm sure I'm allowed to tell it. I told them I took the job on the condition that I can only work reasonable adjustment older children because of my back problem and it was getting worse. So certain levels I can't do for long. I took the job under that understanding. I decided I am going to start when I come back September because I wouldn't be entitled to any pay. So I work things out. I did what I had to do at work, so I send in my resignation. I give a little explanation what was happening, and then realizing that yes, Augusta, me, and Winnie, three black people. So Augusta was the manager, Winnie was the deputy, I was like a senior, whatever, some senior role in whatever. So now there's a male and a female, they are white. So they created the problem. They put as spokes in the spanner. The same way, you might say it didn't happen, but I have the proof. The same way the housing association coerce people. The same way how the housing association get people to come in here. The same way how the housing association, the person who started this problem, is off on long-term sick leave. Are they getting paid? Whilst I have not worked in 10 years and now I'm having a bill for 90,000. All the money my husband has given me, left for me is gone, except the little I have at Nationwide. How long will it last me? They're cutting off the universal credit. Everything is gone. And everything I said is gone. Gone. So I'm talking about leave. When I came back from holidays, signed up everything, they were Westminster Children's Society until later down. I started the job, and of course I was assigned baby room. Now what I agreed reasonable adjustment, older children, baby room. When I got there, it was clear, another clear. Who was the deputy manager? Now you have a whatever as manager, Maria Goncalves. People have seen some things. No wonder this place can never be better. So when if I say certain things I've done, a report is modern slavery thriving in the UK that I submitted to the Guardian. I've written report that's been used. I've done reviews. I used to get 100,000, 100,000 twice for my reviews. Now Google and take your things and put it in things and send it back to you. Yeah, right? I no longer know who I am. If I'm not careful, I begin to accept what they say I am. For example, they're talking about I refuse treatment. But when did this treatment? When did I need to have the treatment? After you've done your entrapment? Yeah? So why can't I use none of what I have for to say whatever? So I'm talking about leave. Yeah? So when my son's baby mother is gonna call me, yeah? After that, I don't want to know. Yeah? And when somebody is saying it, I haven't posted, they lock me up. Okay. Yeah? How do I operate a certain way when I'm here? That's verging on the antisocial behavior that warrants me getting a bill for this and a bill for that. And I could have gone to prison. And yet there are things out there. So in this environment, something in this environment must be causing me to act that way. Yeah? There's got to be something in this environment that caused me to act a certain way when I can be captured and my picture portrayed across the world. Yeah? There's got to be the thing has to be in this environment. I can't be that bad. That is only in this environment. Yeah, I am this. Yes, it can't be. Something must be drastically wrong. That is only in this environment. I am behaving antisocial. That is amounts to me nearly being sent. And now you're making it seem that, oh, you're being so lenient. What you have done, you've been so lenient. Yeah? Yeah, yeah. I used to have certain things I no longer because I'm supposed to have to whatever and my people. So yes, I'm talking. I'm talking London Elias Foundation. So when I use certain term, you understand. When Clear and I started, I accepted the role of Senko and Clear the deputy. As a result of me accepting the role of Senko, I got all these training. As a result of me, yes, as long as me, don't know what I was saying. That's why I need to focus. Yeah? So you know what? I said to myself, you know what? It's better than nothing. So I have a job. I get all these training. This training, that training, I go for it. In the space of a month, I'm doing training. Training, training, training. And then of course, with my insight and what I bring, I get targeted. I get targeted. And when I get targeted by Maria Goncalves, of course I'm gonna retaliate. But how do I retaliate? I tell her what you're doing to me is wrong. And when she didn't respond, I put it in writing. And as a result of me put it in writing, Maria Maria Freeman was on the case. They come to have meeting with Tina Gregaru. Tina Gregaru was on the interview for the job. Tina Gregaru was sensitive, but not Maria Freeman. Yeah, they have their ways. And because of my experience at King's, I decided, you know what, I can't deal with this. Yeah, I studied to a certain level, so I know certain rights that you're entitled to. So don't let anybody encroach. As a result of that, hmm, I became a target. So now I am, you imagine, you just get this job and you have so much high expectation and then this happens. So I'm on technical hooks and I'm thinking, okay, so here's another one. I can't keep running. I have to settle somewhere. I can't keep running, running. I will have to settle somewhere. So I said, let me see if I can work this out. Yeah, I cannot keep running, so I'm gonna try and do my whatever. Yeah, yeah, yes. These people. Hmm? Me take these. Is it me? This is when my husband died, and they take 6 hours to call me. Yeah, 6 hours to call me. So if my truth is already cemented here, I'm gonna see you're gonna send me to prison for my truth, and it's already there. 6 hours to call me, cousin Martin. Me in his street. Bird legs at Ealing House. Me and Winnie. That's Winnie. That's my dead husband. Okay. So let me put this here. Then I get blocked out by um Instagram. Okay. Merville Ratinamod Myers Tomlinson. Yeah? the freelancer. Whose stories are documented. As soon see he start black, right down in history. Yeah, I don't have time to, yeah, London, United Kingdom. Yeah, so now they are claiming what is whatever. So let me start Andrew Holness and let me talk Keir Starmer and let me talk Kings. Are you going to tell me that I'm lying? Are you going to send me to prison for my truth? Let me start from school and let me tag Charlie Mount where my son is. Because the world is, if I'm dead and gone, the world is going to know how my son has turned out to be a hater of his mother because of his uncle. So I'm going to get also the one where my husband is dying and put it out there. That's my truth. And it's there already. Send me to prison for it. And tell me what you did. I'm sure there's ways. So because I was angry, tell me what you did before my husband died. And tell me why on the 4th, nobody knew my situation on the 4th of July, of April. Nobody knew my story on the 4th of April. If there was nobody recording George Floyd, there would be no Black Lives Matter. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna even put caption here now. I'm just uploading later on because by the time you two finish hide and hide, yeah, my auntie is in Jamaica, hungry, and she's getting care because a person decided no matter what I'm gonna stick around. The person not getting paid, but that's auntie's reward. So let me put this here. Let me put this here because if this is my truth, yeah, let me put it here. You can't upload, no. How wicked you are. You can't upload it. You can't upload. These are the things I get. Mervily Ratty Nemal Tomlinson with the mortal mortal remains of Arnold Ebenezer Tomlinson on on Byron Ward 5 plus hours after he died in, yeah, Instagram will soon back me out, but they report me in King's College Hospital on the 8th, on the 8th April 2024, 2 days after Herman Tomlinson was manhandled by white security. Nurse Betty called. The fourth, Mervyn Lee Myers was provoked. Was provoked. I don't have to say who provoked me. It's fact. And on the 7th, Mervyn Lee Myers was in A and E. On the 15th, Saint Faustina did psychiatric assessment. Is this fact? PS psychiatric assessment ordered, requested of yes. So now I can't talk my truth. Reference husband funeral no reference husband neglect between 9th March when Trevor Anthony Tomlinson assaulted me brains in my own home that became a prison before he died. And where met police. So no, I'm not a writer. And London Early Years Foundation. No. London Ambulance Service. Tried to murder. No, section. And I'm calling on name. Barbara, whatever, I work with the ambulance service. Who was calling ambulance, sending ambulance to my house? Murder. Yes, so I started out and leave. I'm doing my thing. Kidnap me between 30. When you call out Winston Duncan name in court, 30th October. When you call in out Winston Duncan name and certain people name in court, I have my reason for everything I do. Let me tag Andrew Holiness in this. And let me 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, let me see. Let me get Charlie Mount High School where my son there hide. Yeah? Let me tag Charlie Mount High School where my son there hide because we are going to do who enjoy gun for who and how much money me give him. Me take out of my husband money, send go give him to run the caretaker. So let me do this. We have you cut here. I'm a writer. This is a prison, so I'm making news. So although people will say what they done in prison. Save. God has a purpose for me. That's why these are here. Let me save it. Fight for justice. What damage done to Melvin Lee Myers? 13th July 2023, K we can write. What damage done to Merville Mines 13 July 2023? Whatever. Miscarriages. No, end gender-based violence. End misogyny. Me say me can London Airways Foundation. And this how it start. So now everything will refer to that. And why I use certain terms. Yeah? So me and Winnie here. The impact of bereavement and losses on Beverly Myers can be referenced online from Beverly created Facebook in the summer of 2009. After Irving Julius Emster Nemad brainwashed Ermin Tomlinson sons, a story me I tell, to hate their mother. Now, generational curses have destroyed Merville Myers' relationship with families, no one chat, and friends abandoned and rejected me. Arnold Ebenezer Tomlinson with Queen Camilla 100th birthday card will be auctioned AU to pay the 90,000 as Sky News, the cost of childcare and ITV News for Windows 70 and South London Press amongst amongst YouTube will evidence of miscarriages. They want to cut me out in college. No, I don't want to do. Hospital. C. King's College, London, for Dr. Faith Machang Redasianis. Let me tag fucking and the whole thing there. Let me tag House of Commons, House of Lords, UK Parliament, House of Commons. And this how we are go with this. Let me see how long before you stop me. Money don't mean a thing to me. It won't bring my child back, but I am glad they caught the guilty and brought them to court. Beulah May Donald. Yeah. So what does it mean? I've been taken to court and left with a bill of 90,000. Don't waste your time on revenge. Those who hurt you will eventually face their own karma. Share this if you agree with the fact. So why don't I'm not supposed to share my fact? Oh shit, did I? Yes. Let me show you. I'm a writer. So I don't have to use your narrative video. Mervyn Lee, writing about Tomlinson. Author, author in honor of strong women everywhere, signed at a new Met for London launch by Met Police Sir Mark Roy a month after Herman Tomlinson was labeled a violent nuisance by the district judge who strike Mervyn Myers' claim with Winsome Duncan is on record is on recording doing K as God has Beverly Myers to be the voice of tenants made homeless to be imprisoned so landlords can collect money with housing for jobs arrangements with corporate entities involved with ITV News and Queen Camilla, right, make all on name, documentary. So that means that you have to go find everywhere I've been on since I'm working, whatever it is on Irving Nemhard, birthday for why the protest at leave in on the 11th November 2020. Are we doing therapy? House and the Holiness and UK Parliament. You know what I'm wondering? Yeah, and Keir Starmer. Oh, so we're not agreeing what is racist society and what is not racist society. For years, wasn't South Africa a racist society? Let we do this. Am I right? I'm a writer. Let's see. So you sacrilege my national costume by telling me I'm a violent nuisance and whatever. Let's see who is in those things and who bring all these things to me. Let's see who is it. Who do I represent? It's not about the money. So if it's not about the money, how are you going to charge me for whatever? Video spotlight. I'm experimenting, right? I'm going to read some poems because. Yeah? Now you tell me, Mr. or Mrs. Yeah? So this is how I capture evidence. When were they made? How am I dressed? Oh, you conducted yourself, whatever. I'm experimenting, right? So I'm going to read some poems because I have not much to do. Yeah, I find things. In my head all sorted out. Yes. So that's the practice. I'm experimenting, right? Yeah. I created in here and now I'm living like what in here? And you want how much? And I can't do this. Let me see how long before Instagram started attacking me. Mary Lee Rattingham and Tomlinson. Name Tony Seeley. For his theater, THEA, theater of oppressed training on behalf of cardboard citizens, the amount of things I have. So now I'm writing here, cardboard citizens at the Walworth living room that empowered me Ermin Tomlinson to take up where trauma caused Beverly Myers. No, nobody kicked my door. To retreat to the background in fear of making a fool of Beverly Myers when my hidden disabilities are triggered. Okay. Oh, so you put this are triggering. Oh, so how dare you? Let's go back. So no has sense. So no, you need equality assessor. Right. So who do I need now? Garfield Robinson. Let me start with my schools. Chrome. But now make me get to me a comfort. No, when we done this, now so we can force something down there. Why am I only whatever in this environment around this place in Almagrove? Why? Explain why to me. Somebody's gonna explain how the aggressiveness coming or the antisocial behavior coming and why I am to pay 900 and 9,000 pounds or 90,000 pounds. Yeah, man in school. You know, waste my time. I put people in the way that them not see it. Man in school, Charlie Mount High School with a worthless dirty boy there because they need to deal with them trauma. Open University, UK Parliament, UK whatever, UK Parliament. We put Carl Grant in there and Abu. Carl Grant, yeah, Abu. Where's we need to put in there? Lee Jasper, he was at the Cynthia. Lee Jasper, he was at the launch of a new net for London. Right, let's deal with this. So me no such crab louse Instagram yet target me. So then I must get no warning yet. I'm experimenting. What am I doing? Experimenting. Why do I only have antisocial behavior in Alba Grove around this place where I live? I'm experimenting. Marilyn Myers and misogyny, Equality Act, defamation, gaslighting, hate. I am a writer. Do I have to mention your name? No. Is there any more? There's many ways to hang dog without put rope on it. I'm experimenting, right? So I'm going to read some points because I have not been much to do. And I'm keeping my head yeah, all sorted out. Yes. When did you help me offer me to whatever me? Yeah? See me, I'm a worthless brother, yeah, but it's a secretary is under the man. Let me put me auntie. Come on, auntie. Come on, Auntie Tilling. Yeah? Let me show what this boy Valdina Lalegi start. What me do? You catch up beside auntie? You go run for MP? Let's hope they not send gunman after you, boy. Mervyn Lee Myers, Rockingham Tomlinson, break, breaking the generational curses. I'm a writer. The generational curses of Ermin Tomlinson. This functional family that is causing Iselin Powell, aka Tilly Nemhard, to be hungry in Jamaica, where she was an entrepreneur. When bauxite was king. Am I right? So are just, oh God, materials for books, for creating legacy, ending and domestic abuse, and genocide, and gender-based violence. You want fucking chat, boy. You want fucking chat. Put rascal and the whole of this. I go on down the road. You know, remember gunman like green. But then put him there before you. UK Parliament. You don't have to mention a fucking name. Yes, ever. UK Parliament. What the fuck going on? And who take them here when them here take Dr. Baldwin register? That about discipline. I saw come me have shoes like a fear. Do a dirty boy, are you and me and your mama. So nothing me gone. Yeah? Are you writers? You need a equality act assessor. What does that tell me about you? Whoever the fucking cap with it, wear it, man. I have my ammunition. They're already here. Me not just a create them. Yeah? Who is that? Dirty boy go. I'm here your mama. Auntie Tilly never have more than one picnic. Police shooting. Him they left one daughter. You want me to talk story? One picnic Auntie Tilly her police shooting. So let me put this fire.
Nerves, excitement, adrenaline. You can tune out the noise. One.
And then me go right up on you, little motherfucker. My son, Baldinella. Only thing you can fucking right like me. So now okay. But filter out this. You don't have to call him no rascal, man. Merville Myers and whatever, Equality Act, defamation, gaslighting, London Earlier Foundation, K, are they fucking start? Where start? London fucking Earlier. I never know I was working in that pedophile. Mervyn Lee, Ratty, Nema, Tomlinson, writing, right, for therapy from Ivan Sandyman Nemad was stricken with Parkinson's disease. See Herman Tomlinson in who can write master. Parkinson's. Me not feel as me somebody else say write down. Me no need to write down nothing in my fucking head. And sometimes me have to rely upon my head because me can't write. See my Herman Tomlinson in Parkinson's brochure. Why she not posting the lock her up? I saw somebody write for you. In Parkinson's brochure 2018 to 2019. To understand Melvin Myers need to discuss Moreland Wilson. Mr. Is a writer and Floyd Green. Yes, face the dirty boy Floyd Green. And yes, gunman Moreland Wilson. When me a chat, now chat with the water on my mouth. Me a wait for me a go back, me a go back after them where I put gag in on my mouth. But me I come with the facts. So when me go say this, me have your name pan it. At top of the at top of UK, me I go with this UK Parliament. I working on a fine things. All right, so you block me out. UK Parliament. We put fucking Charlie Mount High School to better. Because shit house traumatized Valgyn register. Because shit house traumatized Valgyn register. Me and your mama. And me and your mother. So now let me write a story. I saw me I'll get back here. Okay, so you all this. One of the biggest challenges as legal advocates is working with parents who have unmet and often undiagnosed needs. The system labels them aggressive, etc. When one can clearly see they too need support. Okay, address it to who needs addressing. Address it because I'm going to use my 46 to 58, 46 to 55 thousand job offer to address those who need Equality Act assessor. You need an Equality Act assessor? So that means that you're not rounded and grounded. This is what I do. Let me show you, the motherfucker. So this is my job today. Yeah? I started at leave and it's so appropriate what is coming back. Mary Lee Rattingham Tomlinson, mission to end gender-based and generational curses and gender-based violence as ITV News and Sky News and South London Press and Daily Express and The Guardian will disclose the intellectual property and images of Beverly Tomlinson. So those who label him, those who label Beverly Rattingham, whatever it is, will get their bills in due course. From the face of Windows 7. You want to write and you want to lock down. I have the picture here. A picture tell 1,000 words. As MER is with Pearline Louise Chambers Remond in January 2014, leading up to her 90th. I said, all right, me all right, you know, my final goodbye on, I think it was my birthday, 26, might have left 2 days before, on, on the 24th January, and meet the Reverend Rose Wilkins in April 2014 at, oh God, this is a killer, but at least I'm keeping my brain. This is what they want. Break me down. Physically, psychologically, yeah, and then also want to have me. So I was to go to jail yesterday. That's why they were doing. At housing for jobs. At Westminster Abbey. Me put it in there. I'm a writer. As Westminster Newsletter, Westminster Hub Newsletter, features, you know, all of them. All right, me all right, I'm a writer. I'm a writer. Yeah? But read your book, y'all. Go and read your book. Okay. Stephen Lawrence murder David Norris admits involvement after decades. All right. All right. Hey, me and Stephen Lawrence father. You know how me can pick up with this? I'm a writer. I don't need to go jot down. Me have so much. Let me put it out there. Let me make. I may have a Cynthia. This is called heal and repair. What we may go right now? No, me not save it. And text. Melville Lee, Rockingham Tomlinson, with Pearline Louise Chambers Demard in January 2014 in the house Beverly Myers in the house that Arnold Ebenezer Tomlinson helped help brains to build. You know, it's a cut mountain of some of you have apologies, but it's not only apologies you will be paying out big. The one come treat me some way, boy. Let me talk story. No, you don't do nothing for me. Let's do this for the voiceless. Let's do this for the vulnerable. Let's do this for haters. You know, put on cap on this. You need this space for it, the time for it go fast. Yeah? Dirty boy Valdez. That dirty boy Kevin Murray and me and no more. Yeah? To the Crablouse pedophile YouTube I come recommended. I feel me sin, but they are recommended. Who you recommended? They are recommended to me. I have me sit there and cover up. Yeah? Confession. So we'll get more confession. Let's get more confession. We will have more confession, darling. Yeah? Let's deal with it. Debt and the impact of debt on Mervyn Myers. Yeah? At your kangaroo court on the foot. Now, were you gonna use that? After I was deliberately provoked. My brother Irving bad and wicked. Let me show him to me wicked and more than him. Let me show him no dirty. Yeah? Google bring them back. Look how what they shit out. And when me done with me, then me deal with them, yeah. I come in and your wire hit you. Oh, sell this. Yes, I have the proof that UK is the most racist society. London, United Kingdom. Mervyn Lee, Martin Namad's problems, did spear the rod and spoil spoiled Kevin Donovan Murray, Kevin Murray, and Alan Register, who are too scared to challenge discrimination in 20. Not talk about confession. All right, let me do this. Me have work to work with now, so me have you cut for me. Let's do you cut.
I wasn't playing. Shock. Sam Underhill. The man stopper for Bath and England rugby, a family man, and co-owner of Glass.
And gender-based violence by and gender-based violence by Met Police a new Met for London. And gender-based violence by Metropolitan Police UK Act, New Met for London. Mark Rowley, signed by Commissioner Graham Moore, Superintendent of Police this morning. couldn't just say whatever. What me dress when me whatever on the day before. Yeah, for nothing on alright. So me say on alright. Me I done this, that's how me stay. Too much whatever. As me say trauma cause from a lot of things. Yeah? So we want to do writing, not true darling. Yeah, book reader, not true PD following YouTube. How long you go what me done? Because me just do. Remember. Heavily writing them all championship is the only Beverly Rattingham Tomlinson is the only girl alive for Beverly Rattingham Tomlinson is the only girl alive for Pearline Louise Chambers Nemard and Ivan Sylvie's son Nemard has get ready for and and yeah. So no can do nothing. See that come back and the wellness UK Parliament with fucking Charlemont High School beauty. No fucking bad. No fucking bad. I don't know what's me at it. I do them there already. I fucking in myself. No fucking bad. Right, we're gonna do now. Video. I want me to put I don't do no fucking no. I believe that in the community invitation I believe that in my sentence if investment in creating create legacies for future generations. Future generations. Now look at shithouse. This is fucking Charlie Moise High School. You cannot fucking know who I am. Let me see. You look at your ass. This is my mother tongue to help me not to commit any criminal act like my brother. So you need equality access, darling. Darling, you need equality access. I'm going to tell you what the fucking equality act is for. Go create your own. Go create your own and try understand. Look, motherfucker. Understand why I'm here creating content to stop more confessions years after Stephen Lawrence was murdered. Was murdered by racists in the most racist society of America. Corrupt in the judiciary of England and Wales and criminal justice system and crown prosecution services. Fire for them. Alright. See motherfucker, I can't respond to it. P the file. Let me go public now. So Instagram, the pedophile facilitator, I was just addressing the person who said no sound, no whatever, just a picture, trying to explain why he should go and create his own. So no more Stephen Lawrence murderers is confessing at this late stage. What has Mr. Lawrence and Mrs. Lawrence gone through? Why I am here writing now? Because some person wearing a devil's armor. Some person wearing a devil's armor think he was doing me a favor because the weak heart we want to keep the case and the weak heart we said he wasn't going to be there was there. And there were 2 security officers. Can you imagine if I never had company? Oh yes, 2 security officers. For the strong Jamaican woman whose bookmark Rolly signed. I'm going to auction my husband's letter that he wrote saying they're using you. We give away everything. I'm going to auctioning Queen Camilla's card. I'm going to auctioning the picture so London Press unbalance a happy ending. I'm just going to auction and auction and auction. Thank you, darling. I'm going to auction and auction and auction. So when me offer somebody will need equality act assessor, My book. Oh no. But you can disrupt too much. You can disrupt too much time, not true. You give them access. And when me catch ya at that time, postman I come with bungle. Yeah, they have the bungle them. They go auction them page by page. Yeah? They go auction them page by page for make up the 90,000. Prepare no. There's many ways to hang dog without put rope round your neck. You get me? Many ways to hang dog without put rope round their neck. Didn't that woman admit that she teach me to communicate with her cat? Didn't that woman admit that she's a drink driver? She went to prison. But you had two security officers and now coming, oh, you're lenient. Lenient where? I am a writer, darling. I've been writing for therapy. But my father was stricken with Parkinson. Go listen to me interview on Wink Ball. We don't cut out this and cut out that and cut out that and left my mother tongue. Well, that's for me. Yeah? Take strong Jamaican woman for idiot. Take strong Jamaican woman I can't tell me about oh you refuse this and you go look pedophile ring Instagram enablers. That picture tells a story. 6 hours after my husband died, before they called me. 7th, I am in accident and emergency. 6, after I leave in just I go find my husband in hospital. What YouTube done? With the 700K, people go on my YouTube, go make name for themselves. And friggin' not won't let me address the person why there is no music and there's no sound. Because I chose not to take sound for some time. You use them sitting and then take copyright. Me have to call on a friggin' name. I'm doing therapy. This is my mother tongue. One find Chris Eubank on doing what? One find Chris Eubank. Is his son fighting? My husband put £1,000 one time per boxing. £1,000 my husband put per boxing one time. Whoops, it gone. He never make it bother, and that's why I put the Gambler Panning program. Who organized that program? Who organized birthday party? Who organized? Queen Camilla card is going to be action to pay on 90,000 pounds. But what will that come with? What will the action in the Queen Camilla card come with? What is social media there for? Thank you, my darling. So mention you, man. Let's do something personally for you. What is social media for? Why do you have CCTV TV? Why do you, when I call, you said you're being recorded for training and purposes? So why do you need an Equality Act assessor, darling? Understanding statutory assessment, I done October 2009. Go look on the wider picture. Why am I only acting a certain way around in certain situations? Go look. Dr. Laura Crawford told me, advised me, seek counseling to find out why you react the way you do to certain situations. Do you see me commit suicide yet? I mentioned it in there. I said if it happens, you will be blamed. I'm sure it's recorded. There are times when I can't talk because of my situation. Did I show this? Yeah? And this is for Garfield Robinson. I said I'm using your thing. Same like how Westminster Hub use me in their newsletter. That's what I was hoping. As for Mr. Tony Seeley, don't wait too long to get back to me. You was at You whatever Goldsmith University doing whatever. What about Melville Myers? Mr. Seeley, you make your video and me see. You said you never visited your sister when she was section. So now you don't tell me nothing. Yeah? Let me teach them. Teach them. You need an equality access sister. I don't need one. I don't need Risperidon, thank you. Merville, Ratty, Nemad Tomlinson, encourage you all to subscribe to your fucking people. Subscribe to Westminster Hub newsletter. Like on a fucking writer. Upon you to Crablows. End the live. So you come back again, Crablows, the following Instagram. Fear. Marvely, Rattinemar Tomlinson. Share. Instagram. Cyberbullies. And generational curses. And domestic violence. And AIDS. Stands around the square, the district courthouse. A very evil state. Yeah? A very evil state. We're going to get justice today for Miss Presley and for Debbie Peters and for Marvin Miles. An evil stench around this. Beverly Rattingham admires Tomlinson, author in honor of strong women everywhere, featured featuring If I say yes, I considered, and I asked God yesterday, I was talking to my nephew, and I said, nephew, I wish God would let me sleep and don't wake. And he said, no, 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 it's not what you wish for. But if it's in my head and I'm thinking it, I need somebody to talk to me about it. So that's what they don't realize. So if you're fucking pushing me, I'm going to tell you fucking what I'm thinking, but I will not be doing. Cunts. Yeah? I'm going to start this over again because I don't want them to go too far. Yeah? So you know, I can use cunts. Did I call your fucking name just now? No, I don't need to. My English teacher was Miss Anderson from in grade 8A, England. She take the picture. Could you what would you think if those pictures would survive? Survive, whatever. And I can identify that it is Rattinimard at from secondary school now, from technical high school. How much would that picture be worth to Marvelly Marley? Marvelly Rattinimard, my establishment. Also, in honor of Strong Women Everywhere, featuring in Westminster Hub, newsletter. Go subscribe. Idiot, you need equality access. You need equality access, and you interrupt the session 2 times to give the opposition. You're not noticing a vulnerable person was there, and she's alone. Come on, you need equality. You need whatever training, madam. UK Parliament, UK, HM Treasury, HM some will be imprisoned in due course. Me put fucking and the wholeness in there. Is there not a stench around that fucking place? Me what with brother girl and him that. All of them traumatized. And I'll deal with them trauma. How much of them dead and gone? How much of them dead and gone? Fucking evil stench, darling. Where is this place? Where is this fucking place? Yes, darling. Subscribe to YouTube. All right, see that? Now you target me. Okay? So now I just hashtag it, the little blood clot. So now you fucking understand my mother tongue. When you have pedophile ring, Instagram a blackmail so I can have a voice. Yeah, £90,000. You know, fucking whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna make use of it. Select audience. Let me put now Instagram. Metropolitan Police. London Early Foundation. NHS. ITV News. Wink Ball. YouTube. 20. That's all I can do. So I keep upload. Why should I fucking respect when you don't fucking respect yourself? Why should I fucking respect you when you have? Yeah? Good and bad news. Later changes to carers and NHS UK recruitment from April 2025. So when me done, me I just about about the NHS. Fucking NHS. Oh, so you can use whatever. They'll get your NHS stuff. Me just a repair. Let me put a fucking thing for the can write over all this fucking thing. Text. Merville Ratty Nemad Tomlinson will tell the world about the expert authority on subjects from cradle to grave. Early intervention strategies are key to survival. That Merville Ratty Tomlinson will share. So the ignorant who need, they call it fucking name, Equality Act assessor. I lost 10 fucking years of my life so far. Equality Act assessor is aware of brains qualifications and personal experiences of multiple um, participants in Dr. Maria Hudson's research papers recommended to ACAS. in King's College, London, radar CNS with Dr. Faith Macham as Dr. Phil Gregory has no authority with the medical report that is based on hearsay and malicious report of gaslighting. Mr. Mickey, all right, just give me one word. I may add, may make you up to 10 gaslighting. All right, so you say you can write, and you say no lie. You say you give me
Less
what you
expensive
know.
train tickets, more comfy coach rides from $4.49. Travel affordably to over 70 destinations across the UK.
Let me put it back again. When me take it off, put it on. When me take it off, put it on. You take it off. I'm going to stop that, for me. I don't want to go over that. Get it. When me take it off, fight for justice. Where am I coming from? So you think my life started when Marvel Lee Myers, and whatever, Equality Act, defamation, hail, compensation. Haters. What you think social media is for? Why you think I have so many things? Why you think my website was so? Why might you think my 18 pages was so? Why you think go and pedophile Instagram a block me out? When me put it on, take it off, pedophile ring. When me put it on, take it off. You don't know what a pedophile ring was. If you don't know why Caroline Flack commit suicide, go learn. The Holy Ghost power. Tell me say now go. The Holy Ghost power is moving just like a magnet. The